Alright, are we up? I believe we are up. Hell yeah, brother. Well, my music's a little loud. Go ahead. Just that. Hopefully some people actually come this time. I don't want to be lonely anymore. I don't want to have a birthday party all by myself. How are we doing in the war? Oh, we're already done. Can I not? I can't zoom out on the whole map. That's weird. Oh, God. Man, I didn't see that Rhino get a buff. That's crazy. You know, I didn't, man, I'm so excited to see Rhino get a buff. I'm so excited to see Rhino become so much more viable than he was before, for him to be so impactful. Nah. Funny enough, I actually am hearing a lot about Rhino's buff being like a pain on defense. Because the thing with buffs is that people always try him on attack, but because Rhino's not a 7-star yet, people are like, they haven't had to fight a Rhino yet, so they've never like been annoyed by him yet. Like, I'm trying to rank him up as a 6-star. He's not a 7-star yet, but I have him. He's ascended somewhere. He's somewhere in here. Yeah, he is. He's ascended. I just haven't ranked. Well, fuck it. All right, we're ranking up Rhino live on stream. Let's go, boys. I have 6-star materials to burn. This is fine. This shit don't mean nothing to me, man. Oh, actually, those are kind of important though. Okay, those materials are kind of important. I'm gonna go ahead and not use those right now. Actually, I could use them. I could use. I could lose a. I could lose a tier 5 science. I could lose just one. Seeing him rise up is like watching a chia pet grow. Yes, grow strong, my king. Oh, I don't have a breakup. Okay, yeah. No, these are actually important. I don't want to waste these. I can, dude. The shading on him right now looks so perfect for him to be the Green Goblin. That's just like coward. We have a whole meta to conquer. Oh, that's funny. This this stream sponsored by Rhino. Why does the lighting make him look so cool though? Like like damn, look at that. He looks so cool. My poor Rhino. All right, cool. Have fun, Josh. Bye. Have fun working for the man. How many victory shields do I have? Am I near my max? Oh, I can have 50 of these? All right. I mean, I guess we hold on to them. This is my first time this is the first time I'm ever going to play Battlegrounds on PC. Oh god, the battleground screen looks so weird on PC. I've never seen it quite so tall before. Oh, that looks weird. I don't like that. I don't like this roster either. No to you. No to you. And I guess no to you. Nope. No to you. I don't know if I have Kushala in my deck, but I definitely don't have Bastion. I don't even have him in my roster. I'll play like 3 matches and I'll get to the meat and potatoes of what I want to actually talk about. What meta is this? Oh, right. Oh, man. This is a bad time to forget what the controls I have set up on my on BC. Shit. I'm pretty sure I remember where they are. Did he reroll? I can't even tell. Okay, let's get Mojo here. I call the good guy Nick. But I mean, oh yeah, I guess he still has Kushala. Oh man, I have some phlegm inside me. I don't know why. Onslaught and Superior Man. That's actually not that great for me. That's pretty bad. It's got a lot of I have no onslaught counter, no dedicated onslaught counter, and I don't have access to one. Let's go with the Nico knee. The Serpent. He's gonna save Sim for Arnhem, so let's raise him. A nuke for a nuke. Let's do it. I gotta remember to use the pre-fight, buff immunity. Cool. Oh, my parry failed. That was probably very inefficient, but I mean, I'm still learning Nico. And it's still like, it's like full yellow bar. Can I, okay, there we go. This champion needs to get nerfed, but there is no universe where she's nerfed in a way that matters without gutting her character. I want her to be nerfed, but she physically can't be. Like, too much of her stuff is like core to the structure. I don't think she'll get nerfed. I don't think so. If she's likely to get adjusted, but she's not likely to get nerfed, I think. I think specifically because the buff immunity is a debuff, she's not going to get nerfed. Oh, he gave up. He knew. Okay. Nice dude. There we Are, are. I don't. I already did my challenges, didn't I? Oh wait, I did. But I still have to win for the spider challenges. Let's see if I can get into Vibranium 3 right now. And then I'll start storyboarding. Oh, you know what? I should be educating myself on Misty Knight because she's the only character of the 2022 champs that I don't know, like, at all. Should I put it in my Battlegrounds deck? Just for funs. Might rank her up soon, just for funs. It'll be funny to have her. Alright, note of that. Note of that. Oh. Damn. I think I will go with... I'll stick with this, I think. I think we're good. It's very funny when I see people ban Sandman because they see Sandman in my deck and they're like, I don't know why he's there, but I know it's gonna hurt. Oh, did he time out? Did he? Huh. Let's go with you. Let's go with those two. This is a goal. We draft nothing but women this Battlegrounds team. We can't have men and we can't have genderless characters. Only women. Did he put the phone down? I think he just put the phone down. All right. Well, I guess I'm stuck here until he goes off. Come on, what do you got for me? Literally. Okay, yeah, he just put the phone down. All right, cool. I don't even know what to fucking pick for these characters. All right, cool. Oh shit. Here, deal with this. Deal with this absent person. Man, I can't even count on Battlegrounds to give me a person. I got nobody in my stream. I got nobody on the other side of the Battlegrounds. I am truly and fully alone, dude. This sucks. God damn. Fuck it. You don't even have the phone. I don't even care anymore. Well, if he does come back to the game. I guess he's gonna have a fun fight ahead of him. Oh, my game stuttered. I think it's because I have OBS in the other window, like an idiot. Yeah, my game's lagging because I have the OBS in the other window. Oh, I got hit by it. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh my god, really? Yeah, my game's lagging. Why is the duration of the debuffs not being reduced? Alright, cool. Oh, hey, my interview with Yusafa's up. That's cool. It literally just came up. That's really neat. Damn. Oh, hey, I made it to Vibranium 3. Alright, I think I'm going to... That was the challenges. I think I'm going to actually just try Misty Knight, because she's the only character that I don't really know anything about. I gotta turn off recoils for this. I thought I was going to arena farm with recoils on, but I guess not. Hold on, I'm going to watch this really quickly. Feels so nice now. Okay, all right. Now let's get to the meat and potatoes. Let's close. Well, no, I got to test. There we go. I got to try and see how the hell Misty Knight works. Oh, she's not in the team. Let's see how you function in long form. Let's go. Okay, that damage is decent. Okay. Yeah, from what I can see, damage is not her issue. It's just funky to do. Oh, man, I just messed it up. Like, her damage could be higher, but I think it's more so that her thing is just funky. Also, investigation has no use whatsoever. Probably should have hit equilibrium before I did that. The stun does nothing because you're usually doing a heavy attack before it. Okay. Alright. So, again, damage is not her big issue. At least it doesn't feel like that anyway. Okay, no, medium is the cold snap. Oh, I forgot I have unblockable. Oh, and the Purified came in clutch, though. Okay, yeah, so damage is definitely not her... Damage is definitely not her issue. She's got hands. She probably doesn't have... So, the thing is, she probably doesn't have long form damage, but... Hey, it's the guy! Hey, you're the second person to come here. The other person being my friend that just came in, made a rhino joke, and dipped. Hey. Oh God. TZ, I will edit this down for like a dedicated video later. But yeah, no, absolutely. I'm mostly going to be talking out of my own. I'm mostly going to be talking about my own feelings on how I would rebalance characters here. But I mean, if anyone else does come here, I'll gladly take words from people who know these champions better than I do. I know most of them, but I'm practicing with Missy Knight now because she's one of the ones that I absolutely do not know. Let me try another fight because I got one viewer and I'm like, views. This is doing numbers. Okay. All right. Let me try training with Misty again. Oh, Jugs is gonna be. I'm gonna just restart. Jugs is. I don't want to deal with Jugs. It's old Jugs, so I can't get any. Okay. Okay. Let's try with Misty again. So. Her short form rotation is really good. The issue is just that she doesn't feel like she's meant for long fights. And I think that's kind of her intended purpose. Like her purpose is that she is meant for short fights exclusively. So the fact that she doesn't work for long fights isn't like a shortcoming. It's like, oh, that's just how the character is. This is the checks and balance. Yeah, I mean, this is a 7-star rank 1, so it's like, huh. Like, this damage isn't bad. I think it's just low. It's not like laughably Cap Wilson bad. It's just low. Getting used to be unblockable now, it's very handy. Oh shit. Oh no, he drained my power. Ah, damn. Okay, you know what? Okay, I changed my mind. The stun is handy. All right, cool. All right, I think I know enough. I think I know enough about Missy Knight. She feels clunky, but she definitely doesn't feel bad. This is definitely a champion that with like a little more sauce could have some uses. So I think that's good. And I also think she's the only champion that I don't really know from 2022. So all the other champions I can make generally educated opinions about. So I think we're fine on that front. Let's close the game and let's go to my drawing board. Nope, this is the wrong. There we go. Alrighty. So nobody that's watching. Is there people here? There's one guy here. Okay, let's go. All right, so basically the reason I'm doing this is because there's a lot of people that say the rebalance program doesn't do jack, to which I strongly disagree. I feel like most champions that need to be rebalanced are rebalanced, and they're rebalanced to a point where they're functional. Like when people think rebalance, they think of the vines like, oh, Spot isn't like meta breaking. No, like he should have been rebalanced. But then it's like Sandman was not a functional character on release, and now he is. Shuri and Atuma were nowhere near functional on release, and now they're two mainstays of the meta. Atuma not so much, but Shuri she's a menace. People forget how oppressive Shuri was back in the day. Back in the day, as in like 3 years ago. So rather than complaining about the rebalance program, I want to say, hey, why don't we just have fun and say, what if we rebalanced everyone? Like as many champions as possible that we could rebalance. So I have a couple. I have a tier list with all the champions from 2022. Technically speaking, the rebalance program didn't start until I think it was Wiccan and Hulkling. I think were the first ones that came out with the rebalance program. But I'm just gonna go through the whole year because Misty Knight and Sam Wilson kind of need rebalancing. They kind of need some. They kind of need some discussion on the matter. But I do have some ineligible champions here, and that's because I have imposed upon myself some rules for what I can and can't do, mainly. So this rule thing is very small. Let me see if I can. I mean, I can't really make it bigger. It's just how it is. Well, that's how it'll be. All right. So rule number one: champions that have already been rebalanced, updated, or have otherwise had a major bug fix cannot be balanced right now. So basically, champions that were rebalanced in the first year of the rebalance program in 2022 were Wiccan, Gore, Shuri, Atuma, and Mantis. So because they were all rebalanced once, I can't rebalance them again. Also, I probably wouldn't rebalance them either way because they're pretty decent champions on their own. They do what they're meant to do. Champions that have since been updated cannot have a rebalance, meaning that champions like Captain Britain, despite the fact that I liked how her old kit was, I can't change her now because she already got updated. Toad is slated for an update, so I'm not going to touch him either because there's no point in covering ground that is probably already going to get covered in January. And then, yeah, otherwise had a major bug fix. I'm applying that to Sauron because this clause specifically is for cases like Viv Vision and Future Ant-Man were the same on release as they are now, but they had bug fixes that kind of occupied their rebalance program. I didn't really like that. I thought it was kind of a cop-out, but that's how the rebalance program kind of treated that, so I'm leaving that be. Same thing happened with Cassie Lang. I forgot exactly what was bugged with Cassie Lang, but I know she was bugged to the point where they used her rebalance period to fix said bug. So I know that's what happened before. There's also covers cases like Ironheart's damage bug that kept it from being at full power, and Shocker's glancing bug. So because Shocker had a bug fix that was like monumental to his viability, whenever we get to 2023, assuming we do get there, that I decide to do this again, I can't touch Shocker and I can't touch Ironheart because the bug fixes were monumental. This doesn't count for small bug fixes. This is like bug fixes that make a big stink or like otherwise affected how the champions work. So that's the only reason why I'm applying this to Sauron, because Sauron did have a big bug fix. His signature ability didn't scale correctly with his prowesses. So let me find Sauron on this real quick. Let me refresh the page. Conscious Ink likes to misbehave on my browser. I don't know what it is. So let's go to 2022. Somewhere here. There we go. Yeah, so Sauron's signature ability, basically what this did, nobody can see what this is. Yeah, Doctor's Gift. Yeah, this prowess potency increase did not scale correctly. And this was a bug that got fixed like this year, I think. I think either this year or last year it got fixed barely. So that does kind of affect his damage output. He's still not great, but I want to make as little exceptions as I can with the rules that I put up on myself. So Sauron can't be touched. I'm not touching Sauron either. Excuse me. Rule number 2, I am allowed 3 black balls and only 3 black balls per year, which I can use to leave an eligible champion unchanged. Basically, if I decide that if I am, hypothetically speaking, high off my rocker and say that Hulkling is a perfectly balanced champion, if I say that, I could say, you know what? I'm dropping a black ball on Hulkling. He's not going to get changed. That means that basically once I put Hulkling on the black ball, I get to skip him. And for the sake of this experiment, he's one of the 3 champions that I just don't change for this year. I only get 3 per year, so I have to use them wisely. I have to apply, and I'm just kind of doing this for fun. Once I drop a black ball, I cannot change a black ball. If I make a final decision and say, hey, Hulkling is getting blackballed, he stays in the black ball section, I can't change my mind when I get to Wong and move him off of the black ball section. He stays there. He is stuck there. So, and then rule number 3, any rebalance change I commit cannot change a champion's intended purpose, nor can it involve abilities and tech that did not properly exist at the time of their release. Basically, all that this means is that if I wanted to give Omega Sentinel access to the bad example. Hold on, let me. Okay, cool. Let's say I wanted to give Galen Pulverize. I cannot give Gallon Pulverize because Pulverize did not exist at the time of Gallon's release. Pulverize was first introduced with Beta Ray Bill. No, Captain Marvel doesn't have Pulverize. That's technically not an actual Pulverize. The Pulverize ability did not exist until Beta Ray Bill, so I cannot give that same ability to Gallon. Same rule applies. If I want to rebalance, say, Serpent, I can make him weaker on defense, but I still need him to be strong on defense. His intended purpose is to be a defensive pain in the ass, so he has to stay a defensive pain in the ass. I can make him a little weaker, but I can't make him weaker to the point where he's like a spot on defense. Like I can't go that hard. Similar on the flip side, if I wanted to rebalance, say, Danny Moonstar, I can't give her like the well, she already has Neuroshock actually. I can't give her the combo consumption because that was an ability that wasn't introduced until far later with Cassandra Nova and Silver Samurai. So, and I also can't deviate. I also can't make Danny Moonstar deviate too far from her intended purpose of countering Nick Fury. I think Danny was also rebalanced too. I may be wrong on that. Whatever. Point is, I can't change a champion. I can't push a champion too far from their intended design. So that's the rule. Those are the 3 rules. Champions that have already been updated cannot be updated. I only have 3 black balls, and I can't change a champion too far from their intended image. So obviously, all of the ineligible champions for this year are Toad. All of the ineligible champions for this year are Toad, Sauron, Captain Britain, Wiccan, Gore, Shuri, Atuma, and Mantis. Everyone else here was not rebalanced, or in the case of Cap and Misty Knight, weren't actually alive at the time of the rebalance. Well, they weren't actually there for the rebalance program. But I'm rebalancing them anyway, because why not? So, yeah, and I'm going to be writing down changes in this neat little notes document just so I keep track of everything that I want to do specifically. And I'm just going to be sorting them here for the sake of, keeping things fresh. Let me move this over. Okay, there we go. That's a little cleaner on my end. There we go. Let's sort them by release so that way I know where I'm talking about. There we go. Okay, Toad, Sauron, Cap. Nope, I can't. Wilson, Misty Knight, O Sentinel, Black. Did I forget Black Cat? Wait, was Black Cat rebalanced? No, she wasn't. She wasn't rebalanced, was she? Hold on, I might have forgotten to put Black Cat in this list. Hold on. I keep a record of like all the champions that were rebalanced, and I'm pretty sure Black Cat and Scorpion were not. Did I goof that? Hold on. I completely messed up the words on that, but cool. Okay, that's not the actual post. I can't find the actual post that says whether or not Black Cat and Scorpion were rebalances. Oh, wait, Frontline MCOC. Can you tell me? Oh, okay, yeah, so they definitely were not updated. All right, cool. Oh, I gotta add Black Cat now. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second to add Black Cat to this thing. I'm such an idiot. I'm like one of my favorite champions in the game, and I forgot to put her in this list. Okay, there we go. Can I continue? Submit. Okay, yeah, there she is. I put her now. All right, problem solved. Did I make this go too low? I might have messed up how I sorted this thing. There we go. All right, cool. I guess this is fine. I guess this is okay. Alrighty. The Black Cat is in the mix now. All right. We got to start with the big ones. These two need the most work of this whole lineup, and it's specifically because they weren't even considered for rebalance. And God knows if they if they went under rebalance program, they probably would have gotten outdated. Cap Wilson especially. You know what? I'm gonna save Cap Wilson for last. I'm gonna save Misty Knight for last as well because they're gonna be the most work. I feel like we should ease into this. We need to ease into this because I have general ideas for how all these champions are changed, but I want to save these two for last because these two require by far the most work. So let's start with something else. Let's start with Captain. We can do Captain Britain. Let's start with Omega Sentinel, and let's pull up Omega Sentinel. Nope, that's the wiki. That's the wiki. So Marvel True Coast does not have her champion attributes, unfortunately. So I'm going to be kind of shifting between all of these different pages to kind of talk about these characters. So looking at the score, Omega Sentinel looks like an all-arounder, and she's kind of an amazing all-arounder. Oh, I forgot to. Oh, I'm scatterbrained. I am scatterbrained. I completely forgot to lay out the outline for this. Scorpion Wong, Grincha. Hulkling. You know what? Screw it. I'll just get to him when I get to him. I'll just do it in order. Forget it. Whatever. We're doing it live. Screw it. We're doing it live. Fuck it. We're doing it live. All right. So, Omega Sentinel. Looking at her just at just by the score attributes. I'm not even going to talk about the whole situation with champion attributes. That's like a whole can of worms. I'm not going to get into right now. All I'm going to say is that these are the guidelines for which I'm going to try to adhere to, unless I feel like they're not adhering to how the champion functions. But in any case, I'm just going to adhere to it as it is. So, looking at her attributes at a glance, she is an all-arounder, and she absolutely is. She is a very great utility powerhouse. She has a lot of stuff going on for her. That being said, she has a lot. She has a lot of stuff that's really good that I like if I wanted to, I could blackball her right out the gate. But there's a specific restriction to how she plays, and it's specifically just because of her ease of use. Because as far as like her base utility, she has a lot. She has Cowardice, one of the first champions with Cowardice just in their kit. She has Heal Block. She has Tracking, which is new. She's, if I'm correct, she's the first tech champion to be Nullify immune. I'm pretty sure she's the first tech champion that was Nullify immune, because I remember watching her announcement trailer and seeing that she was Nullify immune. I like levitated off of my chair when I read that. I was like, Nullify immune tech. Oh my God. Because every other tech before that had armor up buffs and fury buffs and everything, but then they just get nullified and you can't do anything. So having a tech champion that was immune to Nullify was so cool. And also, I think she was also one of the first champions to have that pseudo bleed and poison immunity. Before her, robots usually just had bleed and poison immunity, but for her, she actually heals off of bleed and poison, which is awesome. And all plus that other stuff. She has auto block. She has the energy resistance. She has the incinerate and the plasma. She has long form damage, which isn't that common for a tech champion. Like she's loaded. She is so stacked. But she's not. I don't think she's complete. And there's a strong difference, in my opinion. There's a strong difference between when a champion is complete and when a champion is loaded or is otherwise good. When a champion is complete, and to my opinion, a champion feels complete when they have seamless flow. When whether or not they're a strong or a weak or a situational champion, playing them feels good to play and it feels seamless to play. That barring any specific ability that's supposed to trip you up, or barring any classes advantage thing that intentionally trips you up, a champion's flow in a vacuum feels good. And Omega Sentinel is so close to that. But I think as a person who's played Omega Sentinel a lot, like has basically played her since release, played her as a 6-star and a 7-star, I think the only thing I would change about her kit is to make her plasma debuffs or her incinerate debuffs pause during special attacks. Actually, no, that's wrong. I'm an idiot. She has the ability to pause a light attack. She has the finishing a combo with a light attack or landing a heavy attack pauses all personal debuffs on the opponent for 7 seconds, which is nice. However, this pause does not pause during special attacks, which annoys me. Because if you've played Omega Sentinel, you know that your basic attacks are in high demand. You want to be using medium attacks to apply more plasmas and medium attacks to apply your debuffs, and also to refresh those debuffs when they run out. But you also want your light attacks to pause stuff, and you want to land heavy attacks to pause stuff and to switch your different modes. So having your basic attacks are such a restricted resource when you're playing Omega Sentinel, it feels like that's an intentional flaw of the character. Like it feels like for all this utility that you have, you shouldn't be allowed to have free reign with your basic attacks. Like it's the same reason why Wiccan is not allowed to take Mixmaster nodes. Because the way his combo tracking works, he needs to land like medium to medium 5-hit combos. He can't do that on Mixmaster, so he never works against a Mixmaster matchup. I think a similar thing happens here with Omega Sentinel, where they intentionally made this as a weakness of the character to keep her from flexing that utility all over the contest, which in the context of 2022 was probably a good decision. I think if I had to fight against the decision, I probably wouldn't fight too hard. I would probably roll over because it wouldn't be a hill worth dying for. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, which is unavoidable when you're going back here and looking at all these champions, with the benefit of hindsight intact, I think we need to add a pause during this ability. So we're going to add this. We're going to add, how do I word this? Because I'm wording this essentially as a pause on the pause. How do I word this in a way that doesn't give me an aneurysm? Hold on. There's also the issue with AI because, like, if you pause the debuff and you land a special 2 and you're trying to keep up the pause, trying to apply the pause again, and the opponent gets up and they just stand there, and then they just stand there, and they don't let you pause the debuffs. Congratulations, you just landed like 6 to 7 plasma debuffs, only to watch them erode before your very eyes. Like, good job, player. So that's one thing that it makes her frustrating more than anything. This doesn't make her better. It just makes her less frustrating to kind of maintain. And I think that for a champion that should be viable, is a very good all-arounder and should be viable for both long form and short form content, it's kind of important that she has access to maintain her stuff. This might make her a little too easy to use, but this is the only change that I can make against her that doesn't redefine her or make her busted. So yeah, Omega Sentinel's pause, which occurs on light and medium attacks, will itself pause during either champion's special attacks. So we're adding a pause on the pause. And that's all we're doing. I think that's a decent enough rebalance for Omega Sentinel. Like it's not actively affecting the character. It's just kind of fixing something with her. So then with that, we are going to put Omega Sentinel in the adjusted category. Because yeah, like this change doesn't make her... Oh, my thing is getting cut off, isn't it? Nope, that's not it. There we go. Yeah, my notes are getting cut off. Is that better? There we go. That's better. Let's keep that there for now. But yeah, Omega Sentinel's pause will now pause, and this change, it doesn't make her better. it doesn't make her too cheap, I think. I think you still have to do a lot of work to maintain all of your stuff, especially for a champion that's still locked to armor up buffs, can still have their stuff get nullified, is only dealing energy damage, which means, look out, Onslaught. But I think this is fine. I think this is a perfectly serviceable change to just make her feel a little more seamless. I'm talking a lot, and I can already feel my voice drying out for some reason. Like, it didn't dry out when I was doing the Oh Canada stream, and already this voice is dying out. It's going to be a long rebalance period, I'll tell you what. Next champion. Next champion is somebody. Black Cat. Black Cat. Black Cat. Oh. I might throw a black ball on Black Cat. Why is her MCOC page not showing up? I'm losing my mind. There we go. I should probably just maneuver through the champion screen just to make it easier for me. Yeah. Black Cat. Yeah, so yeah, her damage and utility are near maxed. Defender strength is 3. That is interesting. I've never thought of Black Cat as a defender. She has no immunities. The only thing that makes her annoying as a defender is the evade on intercept, but then you just don't intercept her, frankly. Survivability of 2, that makes sense. I mean, she can avoid a lot of cheap stuff on defense, but that doesn't make her, she has no immunity. She doesn't have anything else going on. Ease of use 2, also fair. Like, here's the thing. People will tell you that with Black Cat, you only have to go to special 2, make sure the card is on whichever way you want it, and then use it to kind of rinse things or rinse down. And that's technically correct. That is correct. You can absolutely use Black Cat in that way. But if you want to master Black Cat, if you want to use her for funky stuff like Hazard Shift, or use her against like Nick Fury, you need to capitalize on her full kit, or you're going to get punished for it later, or you're going to hit a misstep later because you didn't reduce enough ability accuracy early on. So I think ease of use is definitely good at a 2. She's easy to use but difficult to master. I think that's pretty fair. As an owner of a rank star as the owner of a 4-star, no, oh man, I'm high. I'm not high. I'm just stupid. As the owner of a rank 4 Black Cat myself, I too fuck up with her on a near consistent basis. But yeah, she is another champion that feels very, very complete. She feels more complete than Omega Sentinel. I don't even know what I would change with her, honestly. Like, man, this one's tough. Black Cat's kind of like a perfect, she's perfect. She is beauty. She's grace. I don't know what I would change about her. I don't want to use a black ball on her, but like, I might have to. You know what it is about Black Cat that's frustrated me recently? Actually, you know what? This is actually perfect. I think I have an idea of what I would change, because if you look at what Black Cat can do, she is absolutely a menace. She, like, as far as what she can do, no notes. Like, her damage output, no notes. Her damage is amazing. But I think that the thing that holds her back is that her defensive ability accuracy reduction only goes up to 100. If my math is right, she gets the sabotage from the calling card applies 40% defensibility accuracy reduction, and the reduction from her combo meter goes up to a maximum of a 60. So that's a grand total of 100% ability accuracy reduction. That's not how percentages work, I know, but that's how Kabam math works. If you take 40 reduction and 60 reduction, you make 100 reduction. At least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. That's how Black Cat feels like she works. That may or may not be a bug if I'm incorrect, but suffice it to say, at best, her maximum ability accuracy reduction is 100%. And I think it can go higher. Or rather, that it should go higher. Because we've had a lovely node. Hold on, let me pull up Atme. Because as Conchus doesn't have Is that main not on here? There we go. All right, cool. We have had a lovely node called Steady Buildup. And what Steady Buildup does is that in addition to the stuff where it's like get a Fury passive when they have 3 more debuffs, haha, it also increases their defensive ability accuracy by 100%. Which is, in my opinion, fucking ludicrous. That is just the fact that that's a side piece. That's not even the whole node. That's the first bit of the node, and there's a whole other bit you have to worry about. Defender, just in general, 100% defensive ability accuracy. You may as well just make them ability accuracy, accuracy modification immune. You might as well just make them immune to it. Because, what are you going to do at that point? No other champion in the game reduces ability accuracy above 100%. I'm pretty sure no other champion does. Every other champion that reduces ability accuracy over 100% does it for a very specific thing. Like Rintra does it specifically for Cosmic Champions buffs, or Isophine's Marked reduces the ability accuracy by 150%, specifically the Marked. It's not a net reduction, you know? So the fact that this just has 100 seamlessly is wild to me. And I think we need to go deeper. Because if we don't go deeper, there's nothing else about Black Cat that I can change in confidence. I cannot confidently change anything else with Black Cat except for the extent of her ability accuracy reduction. Because what else do you change with her? Reasonably speaking, what else can you change with her? Well, how do you make her better? Because you definitely aren't going to make her worse. She is definitely not a champion that needs to be put in check at any point. So, what do you do? I could buff a synergy, I guess, but it's it seems like a waste of a rebalance if you ask me. Again, what do you expect the rebalance program to do? It's you already have a champion that's a super fun champion to play, very beloved by the player base, very impactful in the meta when she wants to be. She doesn't need to be rebalanced. But now I have to because I'm forcing myself to. Because I'm forcing myself to participate in a very, very silly thought experiment. I have to rebalance her. Realistically speaking, what black balls am I going to use against these? I probably shouldn't think ahead. That's probably not fair. I mean, I've thought about champion rebalances and buffs for basically my whole time playing MCOC, at least in recent time. So it's not like I've never thought about rebalancing any of these characters at least once. But I don't know. I really don't know. We got to change something with her. If we... Okay, let me think. Oh, you know what's a good detail, actually? So here's the thing with... Actually, this is an interesting clause of Black Cat's combo meter. For each hit in Black Cat's combo meter, the opponent's defensive AAR... I'm just going to call it defensive. I'm just going to call it AA. I'm not saying ability accuracy a million times. I'm saying defensive AA. That's all I'm saying. Defensive AA. For every hit in Black Cat's combo meter, the opponent's defensive AA is passively reduced by 2%, or twice that against science opponents, up to a maximum of 60%. So basically what this means is that the rate at which she reduces the opponent's defensive AA is double against science opponents. But no matter how far you go, you're only going to get up to 60%. I think what we can do So the way that works is that if you're fighting a non-science champion, you need 30 hits in the combo meter to get your maximum reduction. And then against science champions, you need up to 15. Is that how that works? I could have sworn that works differently. Wasn't the rule you need at least 60 hits in the combo meter to fully reduce your opponent's ability accuracy. Is that not how that works? Am I losing my mind? Like, was it not a thing where Black Cat could reduce? You know what? Actually, you know what? You know what's an interesting thing? Black Cat Special 3 doesn't really do anything. It refreshes the heist timer, but it doesn't. Like, okay, you have planted an Infuriate debuff on them. That's awesome. It lasts for 30 seconds and does nothing. The Special 3 doesn't have much purpose, does it? I've never used it. Every time I use a Special 3 as Black Cat, it's always been a mistake. I've never intentionally used a Special 3 as Black Cat. Okay. Welcome to my ASMR. So if I revamp this, I can do one of two options. I can do one of two things. I can either change the bad luck aura's clause to that way she can have, so that way the grand total of ability accuracy reduction that she has becomes more than 100%, or I can adjust the special 3 so that way it has more of a function, which I kind of don't want to do. I mean, I could make her a stronger defender as well because she has a defensive ranking of 3, but, you know, I don't think that's quite as important. If I want to make something that's impactful to the contest that would warrant enough of a rebalance, I think making her ability accuracy reduction thing unique, like making it stronger, is probably more important. See, what I'm looking at here is how do I accomplish both goals in one scenario? Because here's the thing: for long fights, for like Everest era fights, you're not gonna be. Here's the thing: my intended purpose here is that special attack 3 would allow her to go beyond her base ability accuracy reduction. But in Everest fights, they're usually immune to ability accuracy reduction in some way, or at the very least, either they're cheese proofed enough to where you can't just shut it down completely. So that's not. I don't think that would really accomplish the goal of making her more effective as a defensive AI reducer. Damn, I was in this stream for like, what is it, an hour? Yeah, I've been here for an hour, and I'm getting railroaded by Black Cat. Because here's the thing: this making this stronger won't make her. I want to change her in a way where her performance in short form content isn't much stronger because it's already pretty decent. It's already pretty good. I just want this to affect her breadth of opportunity because if we're talking about utility here, she has a good amount of utility score here, but it's kind of restricted by the way defensive AA has aged and the way it was already kind of fairly old back then, but it's aged even worse now because of the many protections and nodes that will happen. But like it's a very defensive AA is such a weird ability because it's used almost everywhere. but it feels weaker by virtue of like, oh, there's a node that makes you immune, or like, oh, there are champions that are immune to AA, or like defender champions that are immune to AA on specific abilities. Like it's managed so weird. I think I gotta make a decision. I gotta suck it up and change what I want to change. So let's go. How do I change? How do I make her stronger? How do I make her stronger? There we go. I almost messed up my thing. Oh, I realized what my issue was. There we go. I realized what my issue was. Okay. What do I change with Black Cat, dude? What do I even do? Okay, I got it. I think I got it. Oh. Oh, that's. I got it. I think I got it. I should stipulate. Four times 9, that's 36, 76. Okay, I think I got it. 9 lives will also increase Bad Luck Aura's maximum reduction by 10% flat for every personal combo shield on Black Cat. So basically, what this means is that Unawakened Black Cat is unchanged. You can still only hit a maximum of 100% ability accuracy reduction while using Black Cat. That's assuming you're maxed out on combo meter and that you have your sabotage debuff in play. However, well, okay. Oh man, okay. So this does increase her maximum potential, but it doesn't do it in a way. This is too easy. This is way too easy for somebody to do. Like basically, this means okay, congratulations. Now you can just reduce their ability accuracy by 100% without ever applying a sabotage effect. So Yeah, no, no, that's too easy. I gotta scrap this. I gotta scrap this. This is not. This ain't. This isn't it. This isn't it. This is not it. It has to be the sabotage. I think. I don't think I can increase bad luck aura's effect. I think it has to be sabotage's effect. So I think what I'll do. Man, I need a calculator. Goddamn. Oh man, I gotta do math, dude. Man, this sucks. Why did I agree to do this? 8 times 9. That's 72. That's a lot. That's okay. Never mind. That's a lot of reduction, actually. Holy shit. Let's let's call it 7%. That's 63. 6%. 54. Yeah, 54 is fine. I'll do that. All right, cool. Okay. 9 lives will also increase the potency of Black Cat's sabotage debuff by 6% for every personal combo shield on Black Cat. No, because the sabotage debuff that's not how math works. Damn it. So 6% of 40%. That's 2%. So that's less. That's barely anything. That is barely anything. So then let's call it. Okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta do math. I have to do math to figure out how exactly I want to do this. So ability accuracy reductions always seem to be flat when they're talking about defensive reductions. But I think that if I say 12% increase, that doesn't make the sabotage potency 52%. I think it makes it like 12% of 40%, which would make it like 46 or 43%, and that's not right. That's not right. So 12% of 40%. That's not right. That's oh my god. I'm forgetting how to do math. That's 4.8. So that's essentially 5. So then 5 times 9, 45. That's 45. 85. That's close. Let's make it a clean 15 then. So 15% of 40% is nope, that's not right. That's not right. I have to do math. Okay, 50%. 50% of 40%. Fuck, dude, I can't do math. I've been out of school too long. All right, 15% of 40% is 6. 15% of 40% is 6. 6 times 9, that is 36. No, that's 54. 6 times 9 is 54. That means that's 50. That means the maximum output of Black Cat's defensive ability accuracy reduction would be now 154%. I think that's decent enough. That doesn't completely shut down steady buildup, but it does make it a coin flip now. It does affect ability accuracy to a decent enough degree, assuming you're at full ramp and assuming you don't lose a 9 lives ability before you hit to Oh, you know what? Oh. No. So I just thought, hey, what if Special 3 refreshes your 9 life counter? And I'm just like, that would make her sig ability page super bloated. And it also doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really fix. I think it gives her too much. A little bit too much. Just a little bit too much. But I think this doesn't particularly change what she already does. Because if you get to the sabotage, by that point, you're already winning. By that point, you're already shutting down what the opponent does. But now for cases where it's like, oh, I'm a science champion with 1,000,000 ability accuracy, ho ho. Now you can't do that. Because most mutant champions that resist ability accuracy reduction from skill champions, they usually do it by being immune, by just being flat immune to it. So, and then there's a Tuma, and then there's a Tuma. Tuma is a Tuma. He does his things. So I think, yeah, I think this works. 9 lives will also increase the potency of Black Cat's sabotage debuff by 15% for every personal combo shield on Black Cat. That personal should not be capitalized, but I am a stickler for details. So yeah, let's give Black Cat a buff, because why not? Let's do it. Black Cat is buff now. God, I hope I don't spend that much. I hope I don't spend that long on other champions. I really hope I don't ever spend that long against other champions. I hope all of these are more or less easier than this. That's crazy. Next champion is Scorpion. Hold on. Can I filter by... Oh, yes, I can. I can filter by class. Hell yeah. There we go. Next champion is Scorpion. Fuck. Again, he's a really good all-arounder. And defensively, he's very annoying. But he is too damn strong on attack. He is too damn reliable on attack. That is a damn fucking guarantee. The worst part about it is that I know if you asked me like several months ago what would I nerf about Scorpion, I would say let's put a lower cap on his healing. That special 2 healing where he siphons off the willpower, let's put a cap on that. But now we have Nefaria in the game, who does it arguably better than Scorpion does. So it's like why would I change that? Why would I make him worse when Nefaria is here? And like, if I think about it, like if I want to justify it, if I really want to like bend the rules and justify it, I'm like, no. Nefaria didn't come out when Scorpion was rebalanced. So like for the state of the game back then, Nefaria didn't exist, so that was still too strong. Like Nefaria will still be special by that point. You could definitely take away the regeneration and it would technically count, but it's like I could say that. I could definitely say that. But I cannot avoid the hindsight that I feel from doing this 3 years later. Like, I already put the rule where I can't give champions abilities that they didn't have access to, that weren't in the game back then. But ultimately, I cannot avoid my hindsight. And that hindsight doesn't let me reduce Scorpion's healing, while Nefaria is so fucking dominant with it. I think both of these champions siphoning healing is probably something that's going to get countered by a skill in the future. Like I think it just makes sense, realistically speaking. But let's try and nerf Scorpion. I'm going to nerf him. I probably should be announcing my intentions with these champions before I start getting into them, but I'm going to try and nerf him because God knows this guy still isn't a 7-star. This guy's still not a 7-star, and he has not even been in the conversation as a 7-star for a while because he is just that safe. It is stupid how safe this guy is. I can't remove an immunity. I really wish I could. But the immunity cycling is so core to his identity. I really want to remove the shock, but I just can't. I just cannot. That's too much. While the opponent is inflicted with taunt, Scorpion can block his special attack. Scorpion senses consumed when the special attack is finished. The ability is not triggered against skill champion. What does he have taunt? Where's his taunt? Oh, he has it on his special 1. Oh, that is obscene. Why does he have a taunt? That's pretty fucking... Okay, well, you know what? Spider-Ham has a taunt. But, I mean, Spider-Ham doesn't do nearly as much as Scorpion does. Which is crazy, because Spider-Ham is awesome. Why does this guy have a taunt? That is crazy. I want to remove the taunt. I want to do a lot of things to Scorpion. I wanna do a lot of things to Scorpion. I want to remove the taunt. I want to lower his block proficiency. I want to affect the regeneration. I can't do any of them though. Like he has so much, and all of it is important. All of it feels way too important. None of it feels tacked on. Like okay, I mean this kind of feels tacked on, but that's just how he is. Like, you know what I think we could do? I think here's the thing. When you think about playing Scorpion, when you think about taking Scorpion into a fight, does anybody charge heavy and wait for the opponent to go in? Not a damn one of you said that they do. Nobody in their right mind charges the heavy and waits for the opponent to dash in so that he can do his combo. And if any of y'all are saying yes, you're a damn liar. You're a damn liar. I tried doing that once or twice when I was playing Scorpion. And I was like, man, this sucks. What if I just play him? What if I play him analog? What if I just play him and only just special 1 and occasionally special 2? Like, what if I only do that? And then I realized, oh, wait a minute. I don't even do the special 1. I literally just medium, 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 special 2, and keep doing that until they die. That's all I need to do with Scorpion. Like, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with Scorpion's damage. There's not even a lot wrong with his resistances or his safeties. I think he's just very cheap to use. He feels cheap. Like for a champion that does so much, he feels as easy to use as Spider-Ham. And Spider-Ham doesn't have nearly as much stuff going on as Scorpion does. At least not like interactive stuff. So here's what I think. Hold on. Let me look at the evade really quick. Okay. All right. All right, cool. I think I got it. The main goal of this is not going to be a nerf. This is going to be an adjustment. I'm calling it an adjustment because this is how it should be. So let's break it down here, Mark. Let's break it down. First things first with Scorpion. While charging a heavy attack. Hold on. Oh, hold on, wait. No, this probably makes more sense if it's written from the perspective of Scorpion's sense. Okay. All right. So first, this actually buffs Scorpion because the reason why nobody charges heavy attack. There's an ability that amplifies the damage, doesn't it? Yes, converts 1 extra debuff per charge. Yes, so this applies more torment debuffs than normal. Okay. Man, man, this stream is real boring. It's a lot of me just thinking, you know? Talking about Scorpion here, by the way. No, this is. Damn, dude. Okay, so I fixed his rotation. The chance for him to trigger evade becomes 100% while he's charging. No, that actually makes him way too safe. You know what? Okay, yeah. So you can have one of two things. Either the opponent can be infuriated while he's charging heavy attack for a certain amount of time, or his chance to evade becomes 100 while he's charging a heavy. I think the first one is probably what's going to be it, because not only does it tie it to the Scorpion Sense, which can be disabled and go on cooldown, it can also fail thanks to ability accuracy reduction. And it also doesn't guarantee that your rotation will go off. Like, it doesn't guarantee that you'll actually get it off. But this is a buff, so we need to put him in check. So I think what we're going to do... Okay, all right, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. So, here are the two changes I've made to Scorpion. Scorpion's... Somebody's kicking something in the apartment above me. Jesus Christ. Scorpion senses chance to trigger an evade becomes 100% while Scorpion is charging a heavy attack. And Scorpion's lowered the base damage, and I've also lowered the base damage of Scorpion's Sting debuff burst. I've lowered the base damage specifically, and there's a reason for this. Scorpion feels so dominant, not just because he does so much, not just because he heals, not just because his block pen is so crazy, not just because he is just has so many immunities. The reason why he feels so oppressive is that he has all of that. He has all of that, and in addition to that, his playstyle is so easy. It is so safe. And I think it could stand to be a little more difficult. At the very least, for you to get the maximum output of Scorpion, like what I've done, what these changes do basically, what I've basically done is that if you want to play Scorpion like super easy mode, like medium, special 2, and then keep mediuming until they keep throwing special attacks and destroying themselves, you can do that, but you're getting less damage. What this change does is now, if you want to get Scorpion's maximum damage output, this essentially nerfs his damage. So now, if you want to get his maximum damage output, you have to play him as he's intended. You have to charge the heavy attack and launch it while the opponent dashes into you, or go into a special 3 and do his longer rotation. He's still safe. He's still protected. He still shuts down the same thing he shuts down normally, but now you have to work for his damage. Now you have to compete a little bit. You have to flex a little bit with Scorpion. I think what I'll also do... So the damage... So the damage lower of this is the main change, whereas this change just makes it safer. Like, the main reason why people didn't want to use Scorpion's intended rotation is because If you mess up, you get hit in the face, and you just have to pray that his Scorpion Sense bails you out. This way, now he is for sure guaranteed going to evade during a heavy attack. So now, if you do mess it up, you have a safety net. If they do hit into you with your heavy attack, you have a safety net. You're not going to get the damage conversion, but if the opponent's not playing into you or you just have a bad rotation, it bails you out. So that's good. It's also this actually kind of buffs Scorpion because now you can just heavy counter against him. So wow, that's actually a buff. That's actually kind of a buff. How do I fix that? How do I make it to where you don't use that for just easy intercepts? Okay, so I'm gonna change that to performing. So now, if you try and punish the heavy attack, he will now evade at any time. That makes him worse on defense, actually. But now that also makes it to where if you're an attacker and you charge a heavy attack at Scorpion and the opponent just stands there and you whip it in the air, if they try and punish you, you're still going to evade, which is cool. At which point you can still use a special attack, actually. No, you know. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. So now you can get one easy intercept with Scorpion by abusing this ability. But if it expires in this way, the cooldown is doubled. So there you go. So now you get one, but you can't do it consistently. It's more so meant to be a safety net for in case you mess up Scorpion's intended rotation. But yeah, this would count as a nerf. I think this counts as a nerf for Scorpion, but it does kind of give him a little bit of a it changes his intended function to be less of a hey, I'm just going to hit the opponent and let them blow themselves up. It changes him less from that. It makes him less of that. And then it turns him into a champion where I can still do that, but I can also flex and make you jump into my special attack as well. And when Scorpion's kit first came out, that was probably the coolest thing I wanted to do with him. I wanted to use Scorpion as he was intended, but it just wasn't feasible. And I could add an Infuriate on his heavy attack to make sure that he can do that, but I don't think that would be, I think that would be too much. That would be closer to buffing him than anything. I think this gives him enough to make him feel like a champion you want to work for, rather than the champion that works for you no matter what you do, no matter how hard you mess up, you know? Like, this is more of a skill expression champion. So that's my change to Scorpion. Okay, next champ in the list is Wong. Wong. So I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't know a lot about what Wong does exactly, but I know he's really, really good. For things that are specifically for Wong, I know he is really good. Okay, so here's the thing. You know what? I found out what people complain about with Wong. When people use Wong or have to use Wong for Everest content, the thing that they complain about most is that when he has no ramp up carryover. So like if you use Aegon and you die, you keep his combo from the previous fight and you keep ramping up until you're at max ramp. Whereas Wong, you have to build up your ramp from zero every fight you play. But given that he's already kind of a annoying defender, and given that he's still a very good Everest champion without cross fight ramp, I may have to put him in the black ball. I probably have to give him a black ball because I not only do I not really know what I would change with him, but he also feels very good for what he does. Defender strength, 3 out of 5. That's fair. He's annoying on certain nodes, but he does his best damage. When you build him up, he's good. Ease of use, pretty simple to use. Survivability is very good too. Utility is pretty decent. Like, again, a decent enough all-arounder. But there's nothing... I've never heard people complain about having to use Wong. When people talk about using Wong, they only complain about, oh, I can't crossfight ramp. They never complain about how Wong feels to play. They never complain about what Wong does, and they never complain about what Wong can do. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the way Wong is. I think this is an easy black ball. I think Wong is just such a solid character by design and by execution. There he goes. He's in the black ball. He is in the black ball now. I also didn't feel like having to brush up my Wong knowledge for this. Like it's the effort that I would put into trying to change Wong isn't worth the effort I could put into changing other characters, you know? So I'm not even gonna bother. Next champion was Rintra was rebalanced, wasn't he? Was he not? Was Rintra rebalanced? Rintra rebalanced. I also didn't put Rintra in the I also forgot about Rintra, dude. Oh man, I'm so dumb. All right, hold on. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, now we got Rintra in the house. I literally just saw Rintra die in Marvel Zombies, and I'm so sad. What do people complain about Rintra? How do people complain about Rintra? They don't. Wait a minute, was Rintra bug fixed? Rintra was bug fixed, wasn't he? Hold on. He had a decent bug, didn't he? Did he not have a... Oh, yeah, he was. So... Wow. Okay. So he actually. So here's the thing. He didn't have enough bugs that seeped into his rebalance program, but he had a lot of bugs. He had a lot of bugs. I'm barely remembering that he had so many bugs on release. Wow. I'm getting Facebook Marvel Constant Champions. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot that he was bugged to oblivion, but I don't think. Okay, I gotta make a judgment call here. So the rules clearly state that if I can't, I cannot, champions that have already been bug fixed or had a major bug fix are ineligible for rebalance. Is are the copious amount of bug fixes that Rintra has been put under? Does that accumulate to one major bug fix? Not only is like because here's the thing, even if it doesn't, and if I have to rebalance Rintra anyway, like there's not a lot I can change either. Yeah, somebody's fucking making noise in the apartment above me, dude. I want to hit the roof with a broom. I swear to God. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna say screw it. I'm rebalancing Rintra anyway. And given that this guy is already a fucking menace, the only thing I'm going to do to Rintra. How does his cooldown start again? There's a cooldown to his Mystic Charges. I don't know when it starts. Yeah, okay. After inflicting any personal rupture, a Mystic Timer starts for 15 seconds. When it expires, all mystical charges were lost. All right, let's do it. Let's fix that. So, for those of you that play Rintra and try to play him practically, you know that if you try and launch Special 2 while you're at near max mystical charges, it doesn't do that much because your mystical charges will run out before you get to it. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, I think I got it. So, because the thing is, I don't want to buff Rintra because he's already really strong. So I'm gonna adjust some stuff really quick. So let me see what I can do here. Let me see what I can do here. Here's what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Okay, hear me out with this one. Rintra doesn't have a clear issue. The only issue that I can think of, and there's a reason for this change, is that when you're playing Rintra and you build up to near 20 mystical charges and you launch the special 2, what will happen sometimes is that those mystical charges will expire before the last hit of your special 2 connects, meaning that you don't get the full damage output of your special 2. So, what I am suggesting now is are two changes that happen in tandem. First one is that Mystical Timer will now pause during Rintra's special attacks. This means that if you launch a special 2 while you have the mystical charges expiring, they will pause. So you are guaranteed to get the maximum value of your special 2 critical hit on that special 2. It will not expire during special 2 and make you lose out on damage. However, now all special attacks will remove mystical charges to activate their effects. So, in case anyone is unaware, Rintra will gain Fury passives depending on if he has mystical charges, and his special 3 will also grant missing health per mystical charge. Now that this is the case, he will consume mystical charges for each of these abilities. Do mystical charges have a cooldown? No, it doesn't. It just resets. Yeah. So yeah. I think what this does more than anything is that it just makes Rintra more consistent as an attacker. Because you're already relying on the RNG gods to give you a crit on special 2. If you're gonna crit on special 2, you may as well send him to the fucking moon, you know? But then what this also does is that it also makes Rintra's timer more reliable, because now you know it's going to reset itself after a special attack. Now you know that it's going to well, if you gain too much power, then that's going to cause a problem, because then you just gain too much power and you can't build up mystical charges while you're I don't know if any of y'all can hear my nearby neighbor fucking screaming his heart out, but you know, there he is. Yeah, Rintra's power gain is actually pretty fucking terrifying. Yeah, let's adjust that. Because the thought I'm having here now is that if Rintra's mystical charges will reset, because of how strong his signature ability is, he will be gaining too much power, and so you won't have enough time to build up your mystical charges again, to the point where you get your special 3. So I'm also going to make this change. What is that signature ability called? It's called Never Back Down. Never Back Down. That's what it's called. Okay, so now I've made this other ability. Lower the stack limit for Never Back Down. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I've lowered the stack limit of Never Back Down's power gain buffs to 1. Basically, so that way you have some control over your power. Because he's not really benefiting from Mystic Dispersion, but 10% of max power over 2 seconds is pretty damn wild, especially for a thing that stacks. That is kind of crazy. So, actually, there's a better way to word this. There we go. Just it no longer stacks. There you go. So yeah, no. So now with these changes, his power is easier to control, but you don't get as much of it, which might be seen as a buff. But you know, those people are crazy. Special attacks now remove mystical charges to activate their effects, so that way they're more consistent. But they will also pause. The timer will pause itself during special attacks to ensure that you always have your maximum damage output. This is a intrusive enough change to fix the character, but is also not really a buff or a nerf. It's an adjustment. So I think that works. I think this works fine. If I'm wrong about this, you know, just let me know, and I will promptly leave the game and never think about ever changing anything ever again, so long as I live. Okay, we got to the big one. We got the big one on. We got the big one on topic. We got the big one on topic. Here we go. I'm gonna type his name down. I'm gonna type his name down. There he is. There he is. It's the guy. It's the guy. It's Hulkling. It's the. It's fucking pain in my ass, dude. This guy is never gonna become a 7-star in his current state. Fucking never. His damage is insane, and it's so easy to get off. And I don't even know where to start with nerfing him. Honestly, he's going to get. I'm nerfing him. There's no. I'm not adjust. Here's the thing. I'm not adjusting. I'm not buffing. I'm nerfing him. I am nerfing his ass into the fucking moon. I am nerfing his ass to the Earth's crust. I'm going to punch him in a hole so deep down he pops his head out from China, dude. Oh, I hate this character. I hate this character with a fucking passion. And my only regret with me nerfing this character right now is that I can't make him a not cheap attacker. He needs to be relatively easy to use. He needs to have all the utility that they fucking threw on him, and he needs to have good damage. I'm gonna punch the guy in the permanent buff from me. I'm just gonna file a complaint. Where's my whiteboard? Where's my whiteboard? That guy upstairs, by the way, is apparently a Hulkling fan because he is very angry that I hate his favorite champion of the game. Oh, my foot cramped. My foot cramped. That's karma. Okay, we're good. All right. File complaint to Hulkling simp. There we go. All right. I got to shit on my least favorite champion in the game, and I get to file a complaint against my noisy neighbor. Let's go, boys. I am winning tonight. Haha. All right. Let's look at just how much bullshit this guy has. So, immune to poison and shock. That's valid. Immunity to power burn, drain steel. He was the... Okay, so I affectionately refer to this as the cosmic cocktail. If a modern cosmic champion is going to be released as a tech counter, as a tech attacker, or as a attack, if a modern cosmic champion is going to be released as an attacker, they have to be immune to drain, steel, and burn. Why is he immune to power steel? That's a mystic tool. Why do... It's fucking Doctor Doom. I forgot. Okay. Right off the bat, he's already immune to shock. He already has nullify safety on his invulnerability and everything. I don't think he needs to be immune to power steel either. Because now that I'm realizing this, fucking White Tiger doesn't work for it. I'm just remembering a fight against Hulkling with White Tiger where I couldn't steal his power. And I was fighting for my life because he was gaining so much and I couldn't steal it back. And I'm just like, oh shit. Oh no. So yeah, that's the first change. Not even gonna debate it. Removed immunity to power drain. That's the only immunity I'm gonna remove because power steel. It's power steel. Oh my god. It's like knowing the difference between all of the power manipulation effects is like knowing the difference between true accuracy, true strike, true sense, true focus, true damage, and true lies. I don't know. Reduce incoming kill block duration by 2 seconds flat. That's fine. Prevents an effect by immunity. Gain a shapeshift charge. Again, that's fine. Offensive power reduced by 20 plus 100 billion attack rating for each unique buff he has. Start the fight with 3 shapeshift. Gain 1 charge. Converted to a buff. Buff slap for a second. Shapeshift up is gained. He gains 7% of a bar of power. Fuck, dude. Okay, I'm trying to look. Where can I do the most damage without gutting him completely? You know, like that's what I have to think of. Because it's like I can't remove his unblockable because that's what makes the kit work. I can't remove his focus on multiple unique buffs because that's what makes the kit work. I can't even remove the nullify safety on his invulnerability and his his unblockable, because again, that's what makes the kit work. Like, fuck. What do I do? What else do I do against this guy? So, you know what? This is a problem as well because this scales on all unique buffs actually from the way it's worded. So not only does this scale for each unique buff on Hulkling from Hulkling's own abilities, but if he's getting a buff from a relic or from Odin or from a node, that's more. He gets more than that. So you know what? How about this? I'm not gonna say general damage nerf. I'm gonna say this. Okay, removed attack rating bonus per unique buff. And you know what I'm gonna do as well, just to make sure he fucking stays down. I'm going to. Got it. Okay. Oh, I got it. No, that doesn't make sense. I was going to say I'm going to make his power gain whenever he gains a shapeshift buff. I'm going to make it scale off of the amount of unique buffs he has, but that seems. No, I guess it's fine. So like if you gain one shapeshift charge while he only has one unique buff, then he's hello, Mr. Awesome Sauce. Hello. How are you? I'm currently talking about one of my least favorite champions in the game while I've balanced all the other characters. I'm like, am I midway through the roster? Yeah, wow. I'm actually a little like I'm actually right at the halfway point of the roster. That's crazy. And I'm sitting here trying to wonder how would I nerf Hulkling without making him terrible, you know? Because there's a lot of things I can change, but there's also a lot of things I shouldn't change. Right now, I just have remove the immunity to Power Steel because he already shuts out Doctor Doom. There's no need to do that any more than he already does. And I removed the attack rating bonus per unique buff because people weren't really using that, and I think that's just room for him to get exploited more and more. There's no reason for him to hit so hard in the block while he already has a bunch of buffs on him, like a bunch of pierce buffs, you know? Like there's no reason for him to do that. I remember the people complain about Hulkling not just because he's an oppressive attacker, but because he's annoying on defense. Like he's not even hard on defense, he's just annoying. Like you can't block hits because you take a bunch of block damage. And he gets unblockable. He keeps getting power and he keeps regenerating health. Like there's so much stuff that goes on with him. And it's like, yeah, he probably should be meant to be an annoying defender, but it's also like he's not even a hard defender. He's just annoying. Like I don't like fighting Hulkling any more than I like fighting an Enchantress, you know? So what do I do with you? What do I do with Hulkling? I think these changes seem fine to me. Like removing the power steal that makes him viable against mystics, so that way he's easier on the defense. Remove the attack rating per unique buff that just takes some of the cherry off his top. I need to do something else. His power gain is the most annoying thing. You know what? I think I'm going to go with that change. I'm going to make it to where how many unique shapeshift charges does he have? He has he gets a pierce, gains an aptitude, gains a bulwark, and he gains a regeneration. I hear the guy yelling upstairs. Yeah, so that's a grand total. So that's 4 base shapeshift buffs plus the 2 from peak transformation, which I'm pretty sure are counted as shapeshift buffs. So, yeah. So basically, what this means is that now, if he doesn't have all of his shapeshift buffs at once, then he doesn't get the full power of his power gain. So if you're hitting into Hulkling a lot, but you're not taking a lot of blocked hits, he's only gaining like 3% of a bar power per buff gained. Actually, oh, you know what? No, there's a better change. There's a better change. Actually, hold on. I need to make this text larger, don't I? There we go. Is that better? It's probably better. Okay, so we have two changes in mind for Hulkling's power gain. Either we change it to where it has a base of 2% but scales up per unique buff, or it has the same potency as it does now, but if Hulkling is indestructible or unblockable, it doesn't work during that time. So he only gains power gain buffs while he is he only gains power while he's not unblockable and not indestructible. I think that latter one is more conducive to a fair Hulkling gameplay. Because this makes him harder to ramp up, but this makes him restricted to utilize. Because now, while you're getting an unblockable effect, you're not getting free power while that unblockable is going on. Because the thing with Hulkling is that if you do your max ramp up, you hit into the block, you hit the opponent with your big special 2, and they're not dead, you just gotta ratchet up to a special 2 again. And that's all she wrote. And you just keep doing it again. Now you've gone through your full rotation. Now you gotta wait. You gotta wait for the charge to come back, and you have to wait for the unblockable to come back because of the fact that you're not gaining power enough. You can still hit the opponent, but you're not gonna wrap up nearly as fast as you did before. I think the second change is better, but I know there's a case for the first one. I think I'm gonna stick with the first change for now, but I'm going to put this one here in. Can I embolden these? Or can I put some kind of formatting on this so I know that this is like. Okay, all right. Oh, I can make a bunch. I can do a bunch of. When did Notepad get italics? Hello, what? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this so it's easier to kind of track the things. Gonna make it easier for everyone to read. There we go. Awesome sauce. If you have an opinion on how I should change Hulkling, let me know if you have an idea or if you prefer one change over the other because, like as much as I despise Hulkling, I actually don't use him that often, or I don't see him used that often because I see Hulkling on screen and I just go to sleep. I see Hulkling on screen and I just like that, like easy. Like I don't even want to watch it. It's just like, all right, I get to sleep for 20 seconds and then the fight's going to be over. All right, let's go. Let's go to the next champion. Might as well. Oh, I got to update the board. Hulkling goes in nerf. It's a pretty big nerf too. I think I'm gonna sort these by severity. So this is an adjustment. This is a bigger adjustment, and these haven't been patched up yet. Next one is Wiccan, Gore, Valkyrie. Valkyrie is next. I'm gonna sort these actually. Valk, Gallant, Quicksilver, Titania. Idum, Supreme, and Spot. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, this is the board as is right now. So right now we've got Wong with no changes, Black Cat with a minor buff, Rintrah with a severe adjustment, Omega Sentinel with a smaller adjustment, big nerf to Hulkling, and a nerf leaning adjustment to Scorpion. So there we go. Next one on the list is Valkyrie. And what do I do with Valkyrie? Oh shit, that's bad. I have no idea what I would change the Valkyrie, actually. Oh, that's bad. I don't even know where to start. Big damage. Big survivability. That's interesting. All right, let's read through our effects, class. Let's see what the crazy Asgardian drinking lady does. Combo meter. All right, she has an instant bleed. Oh, that's right. She has passive grit. Oh shit. Oh, okay. This is okay. Damn it. This sucks. They gave me such an easy out to change Valkyrie because this ability is just grit. They haven't labeled it as grit, but man, that's bad. So, if I really wanted to, I can make it to where this ability is an actual grit effect. Not only does that not really do anything, but it also violates rule number 3. I cannot give a champion abilities that did not actually exist during that point in time. There we go. Yeah, rule number 3. Write that in there. Any rebalance I change cannot change a champion's intended purpose, nor can it involve abilities and tech that did not properly exist at the time of their release. Damn it! I don't even. Here's the thing. I don't think Valkyrie warrants a nerf or a buff. I think she's fine. She's still not a 7-star, but I don't think she would make too much stuff go wrong as a 7-star. Valkyrie is such a solid champion. I have no idea what I would do to her. Like this, she's so well done. She is so perfected. Like I might have to blackball her. Yeah, yeah. I think here's the thing. Like she is a very oppressive champion. She is a champion that basically doesn't have to interact with the opponent because she hits in a block so much. But it's not like she does it like it's not like she gets away with everything. She's restricted by having buffs. She's restricted by having combo meter, which is now being done around. She's restricted by having to hit into the opponent's block, which might not be good for certain nodes or certain champions. And her damage is specifically with bleed effects. Specifically. So I think there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do to this champion. I have to blackball her. There she goes. No changes to Valkyrie. Perfectly balanced, as all things intended. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Gallon. What do we think about Gallon? I don't want to blackball another champion. I think we have to change Gallon some point. Do we buff Gallon? Do we nerf Gallon? Do we adjust Gallon? What should we do? What should we do, class? You know what? I know there's a person in the Overlook Discord whose name is changed to Day One Penny Hater, and I might piss him off for doing this. But I think the one thing we have to change to Gallon is that we have to put a cooldown on his power drain thingamabob. Where's this thing? Where is his Yeah, so basically, whenever Gallon prevents a power drain, power burn, or power lock, or special lock effect from a non-mystic champion, via immunity, he gains bonus buffs. And basically, what this means is that if he hits into Penny Parker's block, he will erase her from the universe. And I think that we should adjust it to where this is not as abusable. Obviously, it should still be abusable. You should absolutely be allowed to erase Penny from existence if you're playing as Gallon, but I want him to slow down a little bit. Like, have there be some level of interaction. Have it not be so instantaneous. So I think what we'll do. Where's I don't know. I can't find anything I want anymore. Okay, let's scroll this up. Why is it making bullet points now? I can't make the thing anymore. Does that always happen now? Can I clear the formatting? I can't clear the form. What the fuck? I can't not make a bulleted number. Fuck Notepad, dude. I hate Notepad. My OZ. You know what? Now I got to change them all. I have to change every single. I have to change every single row in this. I have to go back and I have to change everything. This shit sucks, man. There we go. All right, Gallon's change. Gallon. What was I gonna do to Gallon? What was I gonna change to Gallon? All right. God, that is a long name for a sick ability. Yeah, man, it's a very cool video. I'm gonna edit this. So the way I do my videos is that I will kind of make them. So basically, I'm doing this whole stream because for some reason I think and I speak a lot better on a stream than I do when I record a video. Don't ask me why. I think it's just how my brain is wired. But basically, what I do when I do these videos now is that I am doing the whole stream where I kind of board this, and I basically cut it down to the comedic bits and all the trim it down so that you get the meat and potatoes of it in an actual video. So the edited version of this will come out eventually, but I'm doing the whole thing right now because my girlfriend is out and I'm bored on a Saturday night, and this is the thing I do for fun because it says, I'm a loser. Updated. So, oh wait, let me show you the tier list. So basically, all that I've done, I've skipped changes for Wong and Valkyrie, small buff to Black Cat, fair adjustment to Rintra, small adjustment to Omega Sentinel, big nerf to Hulkling, and nerf/adjustment to Scorpion. And all these other guys are ineligible. So yeah, that's where we're at. I hate that okay, there we go. Now you can see the tier list. There you go. Now you can see the people I was talking about. God damn it. I hate that I do. So OBS will only remove the Notepad app when I click it out, when I minimize it. But I have this bad habit where I'll work on the Notepad app and then I'll click out of it. So I won't see the Notepad app, but then I'll just be interacting with the screen. So I just can't. I forget that it's there and it's blocking the view, dude. I'm dumb. But yeah, that's where we're at. That is where we're at. I'm trying not to waste my last black ball because I only have one black ball left. So basically here are the rules. Rules are at the very top. I can't change a champion that's already been balanced or updated or bug fixed. Those are the champs at the bottom of the list. I only have 3 black balls, which are champions that I don't want to change at all and are just set in stone and aren't changed for this. And rule number 3 is that I can't change a champion outside of their intended purpose. So I can't make an attacker or a defender, or I can't make a defender or an attacker. They have to do what they were meant to do. So I only have 1 black ball left. And looking at the list, I think I can make changes to literally everyone here except for Gallon and Jessica Jones. So I got to change one of them, and I think it has to be Gallon. And the only reason I'm making this change to Gallon specifically is because I think he kills Penny Parker like a little too fast. Just a little bit. Like I have no problem with him erasing Penny Parker from existence. I just don't want it to be as dominant as it is right now. Because it just feels a little like it's crazy, it's fun, but I think it's a little too uninteractive. I feel like having this champion just erase Penny Parker no matter what she is crazy. And not only that, he now erases every character that natively power drains or power burns just anywhere. So now Kabam cannot make a tech champion that power burns without fearing of Gallon. With the nerf stick, it's too cheesy. Yeah, it is very different with the nerf stick. It's me with the nerf stick coming after Hulkling and Scorpion. Titania's next. You wait your turn. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it is. I agree. It's way too cheesy. It is way too cheesy. Like I have no problem with him erasing Penny. I just want there to be a little more interaction. I think this is a good way to do it. I can't feasibly change anything else about Gallon because he already has a lot of safeties in mind. Like, he already has his stuff scaled with base ability accuracy. He's already vulnerable to neutralize and stagger for some reason. So I think he's fine like this. I think this like very small change just to fix the interaction is fine. So this would be a nerf. This is a nerf. I don't think it's an adjustment. Okay. Oh shit, what do I change for Quicksilver? This guy was a Summoner's Choice champion. I don't think I can change anything on this. Quicksilver's such a weird champion. And it's not even weird because he's bad. I have no idea what I would change for Quicksilver. Or like what is it? What is something that annoys Quicksilver? Speed up his man, speed up his animations. That's actually a pretty valid complaint. That's kind of unavoidable with multi-hit champions though, is the thing. Like you can't feasibly speed up Okoye's animations or like Northstar's animations because they're going as fast as the game will allow them to for stuff to make sense, you know? Like, but no, I definitely understand that. It's weird for one of the fastest characters in the game to have the slowest combo rate in the whole game. I could see it coming. But it's also another thing too is that like I can't speed up his animations because that's not quite a rebalance. Like I don't think a rebalance has ever changed the champion's animations. They've changed his they've changed the champion's interactions and like the way stuff impacts. I don't think they changed the champion's animations though on a rebalance. I think when a champion's animations are out, I think they're set in stone unless they do a full overhaul. I think it's set in stone. But I do agree. The animations are like the only thing I can think of where Quicksilver has a pain point. There's a funny thing. Actually, there's a funny interaction. So there's a funny thing. Skilled champions with endurance when they're fighting against Quicksilver are actually worse because his whiplashes deal damage when they expire, but endurance makes them expire faster, so they don't have a chance to parry and get them off. So that's a very niche thing, but it's very funny. They do only ever fix bugs, yeah. Like, but like even then, very rarely do animations have physical bugs. Like animations usually have visual bugs, like that 1 month where Omega Sentinel was yellow, or like Photon being stuck in her pure light form when she wasn't. Like those are visual bugs. I don't think there's a lot of anime. You know what? I'm forgetting about the month that Juggernaut was stuck in his A pose. I completely hold on. Do I still have the video of that? Hold on. I need to find it. Excuse me for a second. I need to find out if I have the video where Juggernaut was A posing in a damn, where would I put it? Where would I put it? Oh man, I have no idea where I put that video. Is it in my it's not my Dropbox. I'll never find it. I'll never find it on the fly. But yeah, like animations don't have a lot of physical bugs. They're usually visual ones. But to change Quicksilver's animations is very difficult. Combo her heavy from second medium. I have no. When did that happen? That sounds like something they would do like shortly after She-Hulk's release. Like that must have been years ago. I have no idea when that happened. If that happened, if it did happen, I probably wasn't playing the game during that time. But I mean that sounds like something that would happen. I know She-Hulk's animations are they're not funky. They misbehave sometimes. Like sometimes you get hit by something you really weren't expecting to get hit by when you're fighting She-Hulk. So like I don't deny that it happened. I'm just like, when did that happen? I'm gonna look it up actually. Hold on. $2019. It is. This did happen. It did happen. And it's at 2019, August 27th, 2019. Wow. When did this happen? No, that's right. I was I playing the game during 2019? I'm pretty sure I was. How did I not hear about this? We're sorry that this update came as a surprise. The ability to chain into a heavy attack for a combo is not one that is meant for any champion, and we have never advertised it as one except for Wasp, who has a short-term passive. No champion should be able to do this with 100% reliability, unless explicitly stated. Not something listed as an ability, except for Hulk. She was not tuned for that expected reason. Wow, that's crazy. I had no idea this happened. What was I doing for this? That is crazy. Wow. Okay. All right. Can I just say that it's kind of ironic to the whole Spider-Woman situation? Like, just for, like, I don't mean to be the negative Nancy for the Spider-Woman situation, but it's like, can I just say it's ironic that back then and now the player base, just like they were back then, are still kind of demanding stuff from Kabam as far as like they won't accept changes. Like, people are complaining that She-Hulk can no longer cheese the game with heavy spam. Like, I understand that's probably not the most broken thing in the game, but it's like, this is the hill you want to die on? Really? Why did people not put this much effort into making sure Serpent got nerfed as they did in this? I think if we boycotted the game when Serpent didn't get nerfed, I'm pretty sure we probably could have gotten nerfed. We could have worked together on that. We could have come together as a family on that. But anyway, back to Quicksilver. Man, that is wild. I had no idea that was a thing. She-Hulk's a funny champion. We could have, yeah. Because I think like back in the day, I feel like some people were still saying like Serpent's not that bad. Like Serpent's gonna get countered. Like Serpent gets countered. You got Sim Supreme. You got Kushala. Like some people were saying that. Some people were definitely saying that when he was on his rebalance period. But it's like, I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it. TLDR. I have controversial opinions about the Spider-Woman nerf, but I absolutely agree that Serpent on his rebalance state should have been nerfed. Like, if I do this video series to the point where we get the Serpent, which is actually I think 2023. He's 2023, right? Is he or is he 24? I can't recall what year he is. Yeah, he's 24. If I do this series to the point where I get to 2024, I'll probably have a lot to talk about as far as nerfing Serpent. Like I'll have as much joy nerfing Serpent as I do nerfing Hulkling. That's a guarantee. That's 100% a guarantee. Yeah. 2024 is going to be a fun year. 2024 is going to be a fun year to rebalance everybody. If I get to that point, it is going to be so much freaking fun. Adding a taunt? What are you talking about? Like Quicksilver's taunt? Does Quicksilver have a taunt? Have I never known about Quicksilver's taunt? What are you referring to? Oh, you mean adding a taunt to Serpent so he throws his specials more often? That I could see it as more like making him more likely to throw a special would be the way to go, because taunt is a listed ability that's specific to science. I feel like he's just more active, likely to throw a special. That's definitely something to do. But I think that because like with the rule I set out at the beginning of this, I can't change a champion outside of their intended purpose. So like, oh, adding a taunt to Quicksilver. Okay. All right. My bad. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm way too weaker to put Serpent into the forever box. My bad. My apologies. Okay. So no, okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing that I need to lay this out in the rules at some point, because I know other people are going to get confused on this, but my goal isn't specifically to buff or nerf a champion. If there's a champion that needs to be buffed or nerfed, like say like Hulkling or Scorpion, I'll jump on the opportunity. But my bigger intention is to fix a champion's problems. So like for example, the first one I did today was Omega Sentinel. Omega Sentinel's pause that occurs on light and medium attacks will now that's a typo. That is a typo. I'm barely seeing that now. Omega Sentinel's pause that occurs on light or heavy attacks will now pause itself during special attacks. This is technically a buff, but it's not a buff that makes her different than how she actually was. It's a buff that makes her easier to use. So like if you ever play Omega Sentinel, you know that trying to pause your well actually this is more of an adjustment, but the same case being, this is a soft buff to her by making her easier to use, but not really changing her base output. So if there's a problem with the champion or if there's an inconsistency with the champion, that's what I want to tackle first. And if I can't find any problems to fix, then I focus on like, okay, how do I make him better or worse? How do I adjust some stuff? What's up, man? I love MCOC too. I love MCCO too. I love MCOC. I love MCOC to the point where I want to overanalyze on fixing the problems with 3 years of hindsight, but that's just me. When the opponent well-timed blocks, one whiplash is removed. You know what? Oh, I got it. I know how to do Quicksilver, because you were just complaining about how Whiplash, his animations are too slow and like he takes forever to go a combo. Okay, I got it. I know how to fix the animation problem without fixing the animations. I know how to do it. Hold on, we gotta move the thing up. I just gotta fix this line so that way it's constantly in the center. What am I doing? There we go. Yeah, you got it. You got it, Indigo. You're thinking right on me. Whiplash debuffs now have. Let's put it at 85%. We might as well put it to 100. We might as well just put it to 100. So now, okay, so all this does is that this gives you a choice. So if you can't deal with the long animations, you just do medium, maybe a light or two, and then medium. But now this also guarantees that you have whiplashes on. It makes it more consistent. Because now that on the few times I play Quicksilver, there's something so disheartening about going into a full 5-hit combo and not landing shit for whiplash debuffs. That's probably an annoying thing. So yeah. And I still You know what? That's okay, Manny. I don't use Quicksilver 2 because I don't have him. That's true. Yeah. You're rolling the dice 3 times per light hit, but you get a consistent 2 hits on those. Yeah. I can see this being adjusted to I'm sorry. I'm lost in this assignment. Ismael, 6-star Aegon is good for long content. So like if you're gonna do Labyrinth or even Necropolis or like something that requires you to use Aegon for like every fight for a long time per fight, he is really good at doing that for you. But if you're looking for more short form stuff like Alliance War or Battlegrounds, he's not as good. He is not great for either of those modes. He's far better for Everest content like Necropolis or Labyrinth, or for like if you want like an easy Alliance quest guy to just kind of cheese through a map in Alliance quest, he's great for that as well. And I know there's some story quests where he also gets some value. I'm so sorry I forgot about that question. I completely missed seeing that in the chat. I got too excited for the change, but yeah. Yeah, I think this is a decent enough trade-off. This is a small buff, but I think You know what? You know what? I don't want this to be specifically a buff, so I'm going to do a trade-off. Did someone do the math? Like the average is 4.5 whiplashes per combo. Oh, I could probably do that math right now, actually, like for this one. So so 25%. How do I do averages again? I've been out of high school for too long. I can't do fucking math, bro. I can't count, dude. If this was like 5 or 6 years ago, I'd have been able to calculate the average light attacks on his combos like nothing, like easy. But I've been employed for too long. I've been paying bills for way too long. I cannot do that math so easily now. Yeah, yeah. I think that's also a fair trade. 90 out of 10. Later's Mini. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I don't usually go into the game chains, into the chain rewards thing. I'd rather save my units for something, especially it's late in the year. At least it's late in the year for us. Um, I think around this time, it's way better to save for stuff like Cyber Weekend or Banquet. I would not waste any units on game change. You and I are two peas in a pod, Indigo. Look at us. Both this. What's the word? What's the math word for dyslexia? Hold on. Hold on. Dyscalculia. Yes, we're both dyscalculic, Indigo. You and me. All right, let's get the move on. Dyscalculia. Where's Quicksilver? This is an adjustment. This is a bigger adjustment than Omega Sentinel. Do I awaken Gallon 6-star or 5-star Omega Sentinel? Do you have? So these are two characters of different stars, Ismail. Do you have a 6-star Awakening Gem or a 5-star Awakening Gem? Because I could see cases for both characters being ranked up for being awakened, but I assume that if you're trying to debate on whether or not you want to use a specific gem, you can use both because they're not limited by star. There's a 6-star and a 5-star gem, but there's not a 5-star gem. You know. So I can see both of them getting awakened. Both of them have really good awakened abilities. Omega Sentinel wants a little bit of Sig ability to it. So if you can put some stones into Omega Sentinel, you might want to do her first. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Omega Sentinels is very handy. Okay. All right. I see. If you're gonna use Gallon to cheese Penny Parker's down or power burn nodes down, because Gallon's ability is specifically for when he gets power burned or power drained. Yeah, if you're gonna use Gallon for power burn matchups where you want to be kind of cheesing them and taking them down in 10 seconds, do it to Gallon. Otherwise, I think Omega Sentinel gets a little more bang for the buck because she gets to maintain her ramp up and she gets energy resistance. Is now 6.25. Okay, you know what? You know what? If that's a decent enough average. I might adjust that actually. You know what? Let's nub it down. Let's put it back down to 85%. Just because science champions have a weird thing where they like to have inconsistent numbers, like nothing's ever 100% with science champions some of the times. So screw it. Let's just make it. Let's add some whimsy. Let's add some whimsy. Might as well. I don't know. What do you think about this? I should probably pull up Quicksilver's thing now. Quicksilver is now adjusted. Now we go on to Titania. Oh, does it? Does that change? I didn't even see the special 3. Hold on. Oh, that's a good point. You know what? No. Uh, I don't think so. I don't think we need to change the special 3. The only reason being is that I just changed it to 85% on mediums now. And I was debating, like, do I do 85 or do 100? But now this is confirmation. I keep it at 85. So that way, while you have your special 3 active, mediums are guaranteed and light attacks are almost guaranteed. Because as he is now in the live game, this still doesn't guarantee you a whiplash. You're still rolling. What is it? What is that? 75? Yeah, 75% chance on each hit to get a whiplash. Your odds are still better with this, but now mediums are guaranteed and light attacks are near guaranteed. So I think the special 3 is fine. The game still sells champions. It just doesn't sell 7 stars. You can get 5 and 6 stars from like the pre-release bundles. But I mean, I don't think they've ever had a thing where you could just straight up buy a champion off the lot. He does. Oh, he does. He does become a domino counter after special 3. That's funny. Actually, I'm curious. I'm surprised Kabam hasn't made a champion that as a defender reduces your offensive. No, they do have that. They actually have that. I'm dumb. They have champions that do that. I can't think of a notable one off the top of my head aside from Domino. But yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good for Quicksilver. I think we spent enough time with him. I think we can move. I think they meant like sell your. Oh, why did they remove that? Okay. To be fair, selling. I speak from experience. When I first started playing this game, I made the mistake of selling all my 3-star champions because I thought it was greater value. Massive mistake. That was in the era where arena grinding was like crazy. Was like super, super crazy. So, like, arena was the number 1 mode you wanted to play to grind out in the game. And I sold all my 3-star champions to grind for arena. That was the biggest mistake I've ever made in my account, I think. More so than any rank up I've done. So, like, I think they removed selling champions specifically because they didn't want to run any more hiccups with that. And also because it just seems weird to have a game that focuses on building your roster to give you the option to like delete your roster. It seems weird. Like, you weren't allowed to sell 5-star champions and above in any point in time. So they just kind of did the thing where they removed it. New Whiplash is 565. That's the old one was 4, right? Was like 4.5. Yeah, okay. So that's decent enough. That's a decent enough buff, and it gives you more control. Not only is that a stronger average, but it gives you more control over what combo you want to use. That's good. That's a very good average. I think I'm happy with that. So let's go. Let's go to the big girl. I think we've done all we should for Quicksilver. I think we need to focus on the another one of our problem characters, because nobody will nerf Kabam. Nobody will nerf Titania harder than Kabam did by fucking with the intimidation debuff. Yeah, I mean, even if you didn't do the math properly, even if you did make a mistake, it's still shifting the numbers to where if you want to, you can just do mediums and rack up whiplashes like that and save. If you're like trying to beat a timer or something, or like if you're trying to do the math, if you're trying to play optimally. But if you do a special 3, or if you have time to burn, then you can roll the dice multiple times and just kind of ramp up that way. So it gives you more capability as a player. It gives you more impact as a player. So I think I like the change no matter what. Titania. Special 3 now special locks the opponent bypassing immunity. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. As broken as Titania is, or and I'm talking broken as in opponents will special attack while they are stuck, like while they are stuck against the wall, you know? Like as broken as she is, the only reason she's fucked up to that point is because Kabam has they can't deny it. They cannot deny it in a way that I will believe them. Kabam has messed with the enemy AI and intimidate. I know you're no. Here's the thing. I know you're joking, but I have to bring this up. I know you're joking, but I have to bring this up because I guarantee you, when I make this video and people watch this and they're like, "Yo, why'd you nerf Titania? She's already suffering." I need to give context. I need to give context to why Titania is getting nerfed, because if I don't, people are gonna get mad about it. But they don't understand that the reason Kabam mess with the AI to make Titania non-functional is because, without sugarcoating it, she is too dangerous to be left alive. She is literally too dangerous to be left alive, and it's because she does so much. So I know you're joking, but it's enough for me to be like, I gotta explain this now, so that way I have something to explain in the video. But I mean, like, realistically, special lock on the special 3 wouldn't be that bad, actually. Because that would fix the problem of, like, okay, now we can make Titania work specifically how he wants her to work and not make it reliant on Intimidate specifically. You know what? Okay, consider. This actually isn't that bad of a change. This is not that bad of a change as far as fixing the issue with Titania. Because the biggest issue with Titania is that not only are you relying on the AI to cooperate with you on your specialty rotation, but because it's such an oppressive ability, it also means that Intimidate has to be nerfed across the board and has to be accounted for across the board in other champions. Like, these are the problems that indirectly make other champions worse because these guys ruin it for everyone else. So, like, Titania's Intimidate is so strong, we have to nerf Intimidate. But now a champion that's balanced like Gladiator can't function because he needs Intimidate to work. So I think this fixes the problem. It's not the only thing I want to do to her. I want to nerf at least one more thing about her because in general she's just strong. But this is another thing too. A problem with this change too is that this causes class collision. Because Special Lock is a tech tool specifically, and Titania, hypothetically speaking, shouldn't have it. But Titania is already a character that has all the debuffs, and Titania also has access to Stagger, of all things. So I think she can get away with having Special Lock since it solves the problem. And also, it means that way she's Cosmic Champion specifically. I don't know if there's going to be a new promo code. I think promo codes are very specific, Ismail. I don't know. They've stopped making consistent ones with the streams. So, I don't know. She also has Cowardice. She does also. Oh, that I completely forgot she had Cowardice too. That's actually. Thank you for pointing that out. But yeah, I think this works. Yeah. So basically, what this means now is that if you I like this change because it opens up some funky interaction. So it's like somebody puts a Gallon on defense. Hey, somebody put Gallon on defense. I'm gonna take her with Titania and just kind of cheese him in the corner with my unstoppable attacks. Gallon just says, "No, I'm gonna special attack while you're doing your thing," which is weird, but it's funny. It's like trapping the opponent. It's a trap, and it's very specific, and I kind of like that. It feels wrong, but it feels wrong. But I want it so hard to be right. I want it to be right so badly. I want a promo code that gives units. I mean, hey, if you find anywhere that gives free units Ismael, like hit me up. I will blow that up on any occasion. If you got anywhere that gets free units, you know what? Hey, I'll give my credit card information, whatever. Well, I'll give my contact, my social security number. Whatever happens, happens. Torch trap? How's that a torch trap? How does he trap Torch? Or like how does Torch trap her? Can he not be? Can Torch not be special locked? Am I losing my mind? Is that what it is? Oh. Oh, you were talking about the act of torch trapping somebody. Okay, all right, I see what you mean. My bad. My apologies. I'm not used to having people in the actual stream chat, so if I misinterpret people's words, my bad. Okay, so this is a good start. This is very much a good start. Um, I think something we should also do is we should also put a stack limit on her fury buffs. I can't find them. Oh, it's right here, yeah. Whenever the opponent is afflicted with a debuff, Titania gains a fury passive, gaining attack rating by however many for 15 seconds, and the Haymaker cooldown is reduced by 1 second. I think we should put a cap on that because that is it right now. That has no cap. So, what's around the? How many debuffs? How many fury passives do you get on maximum with Titania usually? It's like 20 something, right? Like you can get upwards of like 25 fury passives on Titania. I'm gonna look up a video real quick just so I can confirm. Okay. They're 10% furies. It's weird. Sometimes debuffs are written as percentages, and others special 3 you can get like 60. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, you can get like 60. You can get like 60 with the special 3. Damn. Okay. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Can we what should we put the stack limit at? Let's put it at Oh, I didn't even catch that. That is so ironic. Yeah, the random video I found for showing off Titania's Fury limit is specifically against the champion that we've now made to where she cannot do this to anymore. That's really funny. Is there another fight in here? Yeah, there's another fight in here. All right, cool. Okay, so special 3. I didn't even clock that in to go. That's really funny. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Because here's the thing. Her special 3 rotation is entirely built on doing a absolute metric fuck ton of damage. So if we cap it at like 15, that would be horrible. That would be horrible to do to Titania. And I was thinking too, like, I mean, when I play Titania, I usually only get like around 15. I don't see any reason for it to not go above that. And then I see this video and I'm like, oh god, that's okay. 15 is way too little. 15, a stack limit of 15 will gut the character. Like, I think 40 is a safe bet. Actually, no, 30, 30. 30 makes sense. I think 30 is a nice round number as far as stack limits are concerned. I don't know if that feels too low or not. Yeah, like this is why I hate messing with exact numbers for that exact reason, Indigo. I hate messing with that exact. I hate messing with numbers for that exact reason because there is no way for me to know if a stack limit of 30 is a safe stack limit without going into the game's code, changing the physical description, and then trying it out on a test server. And I'm not a Kabam dev, so I can't do that obviously. And like that's the thing. Like I'm at a certain point, I'm gonna get to Captain Wilson, and it's just I'm when I get there, I'm literally just gonna say more damage. I'm not gonna say anything specific. I'm just gonna want to say give him more damage, and that's all I'm gonna want. I should probably start speeding this up. I think I'm taking too long on certain champions. So I think let's leave it at 35 because why not? And if I'm wrong about where exactly she should be, then somebody's gonna point it out to me at some point. Whatever happens, happens. We got Titania in the Nerf department. So now we've got Idiom. I'm also getting hungry, so I don't want to spend too much more. I don't want to take another 2 hours on the rest of these champions. Okay. Idum. Idum is a tricky one. Again, another all-arounder. That can't be removed in the last indefinite. Update to Captain America Sam Wilson. He now carries a Glock that breaks your phone if you try to say that he's a bad champion. He does. Okay, so yeah, so that's. I'm trying to find problems with champion to rebalance him. I think that is exactly what Idum's problem is. Like he counters Bishop, but nobody else is the thing. Like he is, and the unfortunate thing now is that we've gotten so many awesome tech champions that do so many cool things, but I can't give those things to Iron Doom because I can't. Half the community would be gone long. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, but like I already see it. I already see it. I already see the problem here. So the reason why he counters Bishop so good is that this ability that applies energy vulnerabilities specifically only activates when they gain two or more prowess effects at once. And the only champion that does this is Bishop. He's the only champion in the game that does this. So like, let me see. Sort by release. Can I sort by release? There we go. So yeah, like of the champions there's no champions in the game that gain two prowesses at once. Not like defensively too, by the way. So like Havoc, I guess, and Kitty. Yeah, I guess Kitty too, and Kitty and Havoc are the only ones that I see. But again, it's when you think about the big mutant defenders here, like if you're trying to fight a Toad, Toad doesn't do that. Not exactly anyway. Like you can't fight Apocalypse with that. You can't fight Weapon X with that. You can't fight other champions with that. And he doesn't really need to. But I am never a fan of champion abilities that feel this on the nose. Like what's a good example of this that's happened in recent memories? Like I don't like a champion design like Gentle, where Gentle's pursuit specifically triggers off of an immunity. I think is how it works. I might be wrong on that. I don't know where he's not in this release. By the way, I'm not a fan of champion designs that have specific counters to specific characters that are like, it's not even like this character needs to be countered by debilitate and I have debilitates. Like, no, I have debilitate specifically when they have an enchantress spell activated. Like, I don't like champion designs like that. It feels too on the nose and it doesn't feel wide enough for me. So I think the first thing I want to do. Also, Kitty hasn't been a 7-star, and I think that since a lot of specific, yeah, that's thank you. Spider Woman specifically has 6 debilitates. That is not a natural number that you give to a champion for any reason outside of Enchantress. I don't like that. I do not like that. I understand why it has to happen, but I feel like there are more graceful ways to make champions counter other champions like that. So I think this is probably one of those cases. So I think I got it. I think I got it. How do I word this? How do I word this? I need to think about how to word this specifically. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so this ability right here, that clauses on the prowess effects, I've now changed it. So this ability exists specifically for I should move this so that way you can see. This ability specifically activates only when an opponent gains 2 or more prowess effects at the same time, which only occurs on Bishop. So I have now changed it. Uh, Updated clause to energy vulnerability. If the opponent gains a prowess effect, a 5-second timer is started. If they gain another prowess effect before that timer expires, both effects are converted into a single energy vulnerability debuff. So this way, this also allows iDoom to tackle stuff like aggression prowess. So if you're fighting an opponent on aggression prowess and they're turtling up and they're gaining prowess and prowess and prowess, those prowesses you're basically never going to get more than 1 prowess from that. You're basically just stacking on energy vulnerabilities at that point in time. So that gives him a lot of node variety. And that also fixes the bishop issue. So he still counters bishop. The way I imagine this coded is that it'll behave the same as it does in live game. So like if he gets 2 prowess effects at once, that's counted as getting the same prowess effect, so they both get converted anyway. That might be subject to some weird coding in the game, but the way I'm imagining it right now, he can counter bishop the same way he does normally, and counters other stuff just as well with as much potency. But I also like the point you made earlier, Indigo, changing his aura. Does that not? Hold on. Duration is reduced by 4 seconds for each non-unique, non-prowess buff on the opponent above 2. Oh, that's right. Okay, question. How many mutant champions have prowess or regeneration buffs specifically? The only Cable has some, Bishop has some, the Wolverines all have a few. Mr. Sinisters are passives, Namor's a passive, Weapon X is a passive, Apox is a passive. Toad and Saurons are both passives. There's not a lot of mutants with regeneration buffs. So I don't think that changes as necessary, but I definitely see it happening. Oh, well, that's already how it works. Oh, can you not? Oh, sorry. So this is okay. Let me. You know what? Let me. Can I? Let me change this. Hold on. Nope, that's the wrong window. Then how does it look? Hold on. I'm just trying to. Hold on. I'm making this work. I'm making this work. Doing my best. There we go. Okay, that's better. Okay, yeah, and that's a little better. Okay, there we go. All right, now you can see the whole enchilada. It looks weird on my side, but now for the stream it looks a little better. So that works. Is that the only change we make to Iron Doom? Because like yeah, because like I can see if they when they rework X-23 and if they ever rework Wolverine, I can imagine them giving them regen buffs for those two characters. But as far as like mutant defenders, I don't see a lot of regen buffs. Yeah, yeah. I think ultimately, if we want to make any more changes to Iron Doom, we need to change. We need to make him go wider, and I don't think there's room for him to do that because at this point in time, Onslaught doesn't exist, Dust doesn't exist, um, a lot of mutant defenders don't exist at this point in time. So we can't give him disintegration. We can't give him like just daunted immunity or something. We can't give him all of that. So is there any way to um we can't make him unable to fight Onslaught. I think Onslaught's just going to be a problem for him no matter what we do to him. Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess that's the only change we can really make for him. Screw it. I'm sorry, Iron Doom. I really wish I could do more for you, but right now I honestly can't think of anything else for you. Does Punisher 99 have it? Does he? Wow. Oh, that's crazy. I had no idea he had that. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. So at this point in time, this is like how Deathless Thanos has this is like how Deathless Thanos has corrosion. Like it's technically a true damage over time effect, but only he has it. So I mean, we could give it to Iron Doom. I just don't know where we would put it, if we could put it at all. I think the fact that he's like I can't give him disintegration anyway because he's meant to be like a Echo Fighter of Doom, and Doom has shock effects. So I think yeah, I still don't think we can do it. Also, disintegration reduces combat power rate, so it seems antithetical to Iron Doom's rotation if you apply disintegration to the opponent and then try to get them to just under 3 bars of power, but you can't get them that fast because they're getting disintegrated and they have lower combat power rate. So, yeah, I still don't think we could do it. I don't think you should. I don't think you should have it because, yeah. Oh, you know what? I got it. I know. I can give him one more thing. I can give him one more thing. That's a good point too. He wants energy damage. I can give one more thing to Iron Doom. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. I did know that Night Thrasher is the first character to have debilitate, but I would not be able to think about that off the top of my head. Cause here's the thing: if I know, there's a difference between saying, "Oh, Night Thrasher does have debilitate." You're right. Whereas that's different than me saying, "Wait, Punisher 29.9 exists." Hello, you have something in your kit. I don't know 29.9 Punisher. So that was not even in my head. But I do know that Night Thrasher is the first character with debilitate, which is very funny because he's a skill champion. I have a lot of opinions on Night Thrasher, but yeah, I think it would be too much to give Iron Doom Nullify immunity outright. But I think protecting his armor up buff specifically from Nullify is good enough. You know what? Actually, hold on. I think this is fine. So Iron Doom's dexterity can be nullified, or if you give him an Odin pre-fight, those can be nullified. But his armor up and his regens cannot be nullified. It's not a lot, but it kind of makes sense for Doom, because he is Doom. He should have a little, like a dash of Mystic safety. I think it's the only thing I can do. Yeah, I think Omega Sentinel was actually the first tech to have nullify immunity. She might be. Yeah, so it goes. So it's Omega Sentinel. Okay, no, it was Cap Wilson actually, because Cap Wilson doesn't have nullify immunity. It just converts it into an armor up passive if it does get nullified. So yeah, but I mean, it's technically Cap Wilson, but really it's Omega Sentinel. Yeah, he's a master of magic. He should have that power. Yeah, that's fun. Man, I wish I could go and rebalance some 20. It was Civil War. Was Civil Warrior buffed before Cap Wilson? When was Civil Warrior buffed? What year was it? 2023. Oh no, this is not. That's not a real one. That's not an actual one. 2021. Wow. Okay. Damn. All right. Well, you know what? There I am with scrambled egg all over my face. Yeah. No. Okay. No. Valid. Valid. So yeah. So that's our intended changes to Doom, and Doom will now be in the buffed category. Spidey Supreme is up next. Where are you? Okay, let's think. Oh man, okay, you say that, but I love Civil Warrior. Civil Warrior was my first tech 4-star when I first got the game, and I was in love with him. His aesthetic, his look, he looked so cool to me, and concept in general. He looked so cool to me, which made me so sad when I kept playing the game and he kept getting worse and worse, and it was just like there's three champions actually. There are three champions in the game that I would love to personally work on a rework for: Captain America, Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, and Civil Warrior, because those three are the champions that I like love to this day. And Civil Warrior, like I hate that I forget about him. Like I hate that I forget about him because he's just down there. But like, if I had a 7 star, I'd probably want to play with him. But I can never justify ranking him up. Makes me sad. I already got one on the mind. I already got one on the brain. I already got a change on the brain. I don't use Spidey Supreme. Should I make Spidey Supreme's the required buffs for his Spider Totem to 10 at all times? Or is it, which one is it? Yes. Yeah, I know he's not. I remember I remember having my fun with 4 star Civil Warrior because like I would power drain him with a special 2 and then heavy stun him in the corner until they got to a special 1 again. That was the most kind of fun I had with Civil Warrior when he was in his original iteration. Like I know he's not bad, but that's yeah. What's too low? The totem charges? Or are you talking about Civil Warrior or are you talking about Spider Supreme right now? Because I want to get to the end of this at some point because we have more champions to go through. 10 is too low. Yeah, you think you'd be way too fast as an attacker if it was 10? I don't use Spidey Supreme, so I really couldn't can make an opinion on it. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. It was the only thing I could really think of because Spidey Supreme. Here's the thing: when I know the complaint people give about Spidey Supreme is that he has no block proficiency and that he's a noodle and that if you get hit once you die. And I understand that, but I think that's kind of an intended weakness of the character because he does a lot of stuff that people don't consider. Like he steals ability power rate and he steals a bunch of other stuff. Hmm. I do think that he is too squishy as a defender. Like as an attacker, I understand him being oh he was made to mill Hulkling. Yeah, he definitely milks Hulkling. But I understand him being too squishy as an attacker as a complaint. But as a as what I can't what am I saying? What words am I using right now? God damn. Like I don't want to make him stronger defensively as an attacker, but I do think he's too much of a noodle on defense. I think that I don't like that you put Spidey Supreme on defense and you don't need a counter to kill Spidey Supreme. You just need to kill him before his miss becomes a problem. I think at the end of the day, it really is just his health pool. That's the only thing that I can think of that's a major problem with him because his health pool is the crux of a lot of his complaints. But I don't want to make it stronger by a wide margin, you know? Yeah, that's another thing. I know we can't buff his hard stats, but you know, okay, I think I got it. No, I think here's the thing. He's already pretty lethal on defense. Like if you get hit by Spidey Supreme, you're gonna feel it. You're gonna feel it if you get hit by Spidey Supreme. I want to make Spidey Supreme last longer on defense. Like he needs to be able to take a few more hits is what I want on defense. And I think this change might work. This feels tacked on, but I don't know what else to do. this this feels super foreign to his kit, but I have no idea what else to give to Spider-Man to make him more tanky. Like I can't buff his stats. I can't buff his health pool. This is the only thing I can think of really. Is protection an ability? Actually, hold on. No, protection is an ability in the game because they use it for ebb and flow. Protection is tech that exists in the game, so they can put it on Spidey Supreme. Mm. No, I like that idea, Indigo, but I know for a fact that Spidey Supreme is meant to be countered by thing. Yes, thing had. Oh yes, thank you very much for that. Thing also had protection. I know Spidey Supreme's intended counter are champions that are buff immune. You specifically want buff immune champions. You don't want. It's not so much that you have to counter miss. You can do it by that as well, but you counter it more so with buff immunity. Why I like this change is that because the thing is, with this change active, if you counter his miss, he still has a blessing active and he's still going to be resisting damage. Um, but if you are, but if you're buff immune, he's never going to have any blessings, and at that point, you're going to be bypassing the damage cap completely, and he's still going to be a noodle. Like Titania is going to erase him. She's always going to erase him, no matter what universe you're in. But well, actually, you know what? Because this is going to see an offensive tool, so this doesn't feel right. I know this isn't right, but I can't think of anything else. And I you can make it like Enchantress spells. Don't her spells already do that? Don't her spells already do that? Hold on. I'm pretty sure that Enchantress spells also cap damage. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I don't know when Enchantress released. Goddamn. Yes, for every active spell, 20% of all incoming damage is prevented. That is wow. I mean, you know what? I guess we could do that. I guess we could do that. That's really fucking funny. So yeah, let's damn. Like I cannot navigate this fucking page. Yeah, she nullifies it way more than Spidey Supreme does. So how about this? How about I do this? Okay, there we go. So now if you somehow fuck up royally against Spidey Supreme, he'll have a 90% protection against you. Oh, but you know what? Is there a way to remove blessings? I don't think there is. Yeah, there's no way to remove blessings. Like, okay, so the reason why I'm worried about him that you would cap it. Well, because the thing is, so it's already kind of capped. So Spider-Man can't stack his blessings. They do his blessings stack? I don't think they stack. I think they're independent of each other. I'll just cap it anyway, just be safe. There we go. Yeah, for safety. But either way, if there's some other ability if there's some node that makes a blessing or something. Well, because the thing is, 90 is in like the worst case scenario. So like 9 times, if you're fighting him with a counter, the only time you would even hit 30 is if you forget to heavy attack him to prevent this one from happening. If you're fighting him without a defender and you accidentally get a buff, the most amount you're hitting is 60. And if you somehow fuck up Royal, then I think it's this one actually. No, it's the other one. Whatever. Yeah. There we go. So now the max restriction is 60. If you're in the usual case scenario, the most you would ever fear about hitting is like 40 or even just 20. Because the thing is, he has a protection passive, but you got to remember, Spidey Supreme is a freaking like it's a screen door in a submarine. It's like a screen door. You can punch through him like nothing, you know. So I think a 60% protection on a very small health pool is decent enough. I think we got to move on to. I'm still wasting time on champions that I shouldn't be wasting time on. Fuck. Yeah, that's a good one. I want to tie it to a specific debuff. Like I like that, but I want to tie it to a specific debuff. I specifically want to tie it to something that Titania doesn't have because that kind of if any science champ can take on Spidey Supreme and remove his blessings, this kind of defeats the purpose of making him tankier. If science champions are going to override it anyway, you know. I want to tie it to something specific, and I want to tie it to a champion that isn't like Titania or like doesn't have all of Titania's debuffs. She has every debuff. She doesn't have every debuff. She has almost every debuff. Not quite every. Cowabunga. I do like the idea of Wither, but I think it's a little too early in the timeline for Wither. Not super early, just too early. I think the Powers thing is a little more relevant, specifically because of Ham and Ant Man buff and other ones. Yeah, so it's a trade off. Actually, you know what? I have a better idea. How do I word this? I want to. What I want. How do I word this? There we go. How do I word this? This is fine, but I want to make it a little more specific because okay. So here we go. So not only does this change make it to where they won't protect against power sting damage specifically because that occurs on a special attack, but it also makes it to where if you're whittling him down with a damage over time character, you can use the window of him using a special attack to wither him down. So that way it's not locking you specifically to power sting characters. So I think this works a little better. Just a little bit. Oh, it does. It does make Gladiator better for Cyberman Supreme. That's a good point, actually. That's really funny. I mean, Gladiator's gonna still take some damage, but it's funny. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. I think we're good here. I don't think there's much else we can do for Spidey. Alrighty. All right. We got to talk about a funny one. So, because of the recent Spider Woman controversy, there are so many people up in arms about the fact that Spot is a 5 out of 5 defender. And as much as I want to change him on attack, I think given the massive discrepancy between Spot being a 5 out of 5 defender and him being what he is, we have to buff him defensively. I think we kind of have to. Like we're obligated by Kabam and the community to make Spot the 5 out of 5 defender that he was meant to be. You can't even see the score. There we go. You can see the score now. I hate having to maneuver through OBS. I'm so bad at it. What do we buff on defense for Spot? Yeah, so I've heard from multiple people before that the champion attributes are usually designed to be general guidelines for characters and aren't supposed to be super indicative of what a champion should do and what they can't do. But given that they're advertised as looking at a champion at a glance, I feel like somebody who looked at Spot as a 5 out of 5 thought they should be scared of him and then decimate Spot in like a few seconds. I feel like that's disloyal. I feel like that's the attributes are definitely not doing, even if they're doing what they're quote unquote intended to do, they're not doing what the community expects them to do or what a player should expect them to do. So damage is 3 out of 5. His damage is, I think his damage is good at a 3 out of 5. Mostly because there's not a lot of long form versions of it. Like you kind of have to go through he's like Misty Knight. You go through your rotation once and you just keep doing the rotation over and over again for bigger health pools. Like he's good for a Battlegrounds fight, but he's not great for long form content. So I can kind of see the 3 out of 5, but I don't play Spot enough to argue where exactly the 3 out of 5, the damage should go, you know? I don't see enough of Spot to make that to be a witness on that stand. Okay, I got it. All right. Okay. Think about this. You're sent back to 2022. You're fighting against a Spot on defense in Battlegrounds. What is the one champion you'd think of to decimate him in less than 30 seconds? What's the one champion you think of when you think of, I want to delete Spot from the game in less than 30 seconds? It's this bitch right here. It is this freaking cesspool of metal that ruins so many champion designs because he just says no. So I'm going to make Spot Archangel proof. I think that's the best thing we can do for him. And even if it does only stop Archangel, Archangel's effects do kind of translate to other champions, so it does make him a little better all around. No, I understand Indigo. I remember back when I was first starting the game, I knew the power of Archangel. I wasn't dumb enough to say, hey, I don't want to use that champion to clear this super annoying Act 6 content. No, I was 100% rigging up my Archangel specifically for that purpose. But now that we're at the point of the game where we're at now, and now that we have to look for characters that are so stupidly designed from back in the olden days, Archangel is the one that's like, I can't even. I'm just gonna start working. I'm gonna start working on this. So first things first, what I want to do. There's a clause for disorients on him, right? Am I losing my mind? Is there no disorient clause on him? Oh yes, okay. While inflicted with disorient effect, portal block does not trigger. Yeah. Okay, so this is the first one I want to do. Spot's defensive ability accuracy can no longer be modified except while he is suffering from disorient or sabotage. Actually, no, that's better language. Can no longer be reduced except while he is suffering from disorient or sabotage. So not only does this protect him from Domino, this also protects him from Archangel, and it also protects him from Falcon. So it makes him already more of an annoying defender. Meaning that for him specifically, you've got to use a champion like Masacre or Black Cat or somebody else with a Disorient. I can't recall. Crossbones. That's another one. That's wow. Okay, that's perfect. This is a really good change too for making him a better defender. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking that. I want to give him an immunity, but I have no idea what we would make Spot immune to. We can't make him immune to bleed or poison, so that kind of nips that in the bud. But either way, Spot is immune to onslaught. That's funny. No, we can't do that. Onslaught doesn't exist at this point in time. We can't make him immune to Onslaught. I think, yeah, Neuroshocks only come with him. I think he is 23, I'm pretty sure. He's somewhere in there. Yeah, he's 23. He's late 23, too. Goddamn. Okay. I want to give him an immunity so bad, but there's not a lot of immunities that make sense for Spot and are also impactful to what he's countered by. All right, let's take a look at Ye Olden, um, Aunt May. Oh fuck! You know what that passive also does? Oh wait, no. Okay, this is. Oh my god, this fucking. If this doesn't prove how stupid game design was back in the day, I don't know what will. Like it's so silly. So because of this change we've suggested for Spot, he is immune to passive defensive ability accuracy reductions while he doesn't have Disorient or Sabotage on him. Blade, but Spot is a dimensional being. Spot is a dimensional being, so Blade reduces his ability accuracy with Danger Sense. But Spot is immune to that. But because of Mephisto, Danger Sense will bypass immunities. Fuck, that's such a dumb interaction. Like I that's so stupid. Like Blade just says no, you don't get to be I'm built different. I'm built different from every other skill champion you know, motherfucker. Oh, that's dumb. I hate that. It is what it is, but god do I hate that. Make him immune to tracking, more of a skill ability wasn't really in the game. Tracking is only on Omega Sentinel, I think. Omega Sentinel is the only one with tracking. I don't think it would warrant. I just closed that May. I don't think it would warrant making him immune to that. I think. Can I open the last? There we go. Oh, it also makes him Kingpin proof, by the way. I forgot about that. That's also funny. Blade, I wanna update Blade so badly because he's a champion. Like he's so dumb, but he has the capacity to be so good. Like he used to be a god because of how absolutely stupid he was. It's crazy. Because the thing is, we can't. He could be rupture immune, but I mean, I don't think that makes him harder as a defender. I think like that makes him harder against like a Mystic champion. It makes him better against a Mystic champion, but it doesn't make him harder as a defender. I think I got something though, because here's the thing: if you bypass his miss, he already punishes you by putting ruptures on you. But I think what we can do as well is that. Hold on. So this again, this is specifically for Archangel, but it also means that if you try and play safe through spot, he's going to whittle down your health pool because it doesn't make sense for him to have block penetration, but it does make sense for just spot being spot to kind of bypass your block and hit through you. You know, like if he had, like the lore implication being that he hits your block, but he teleports through it and still hits you anyway, kind of like that. But that's what I kind of see. I think this might be it. Like already this clause shuts out so many obvious counters to spot. And this clause as well also shuts down a lot of cheap counters to spot. So I think this is good for him. I still wouldn't say it makes him 5 out of 5, but it definitely gets him way closer. Like he's definitely not a cheese defender now. So I think that's how we go. There we go. Jessica Jones. All right, right out the gate. Where is she? Oh, I love that. I love that artwork. Oh my god. Hello, madame. Damn, that artwork looks so good. That's crazy how beautiful that looks. I love the artwork on these champ pages. They're always so good. Why is she not okay? Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I know the champion attributes were made with the best of intentions, but you guys are taking the piss because there's no way that Spot was a 5 out of 5 and Jessica Jones was a 4. That is wild to me. Like, good lord. I also think I think we just have the blackballer. Honestly, Jessica. I don't even think I want to look at her kit. I think she does exactly what she's intended to do, as far as like locking you out of like being a annoying defender that requires you to have cleanse or requires you to have unstoppable counter, while also being Archangel vulnerable. You know, like Archangel's the only champion that I think of that can cheese her, but she's still like she's kitty immune ish. She's Hercules immune ish. You know, like she has checks and balances. You know, there works on her. You know, so I think Jessica Jones is fine as she is. I think you know what, this is the point in time where we never really had a science character that was hard immune to bleed except for like Luke Cage. So they were scared to give bleed immunity to her as well. But I mean, for her era, I think she was fine. I don't think there's much that you can really add to her that changes. I love her RNG mechanic. It's so dumb, but I love it. Like the fact that she throws different things at the opponent is so good. And thing. That's right, thing too. Yeah, no, that's a good point. They really only give bleed immunity like en masse to science defenders like Thing and Photon because they know bleed lives on a lot of skill champions. Like there are exceptions to the rule, obviously, but every time I don't really get to play Jessica Jones as an attacker very often, but every time I see the special one, I always imagine an Ed and Eddie bonk sound effect going on with different items have different bonk sound effects, and it makes me laugh every time I fight against her. It makes me have so much fun fighting her. Just the fucking Ed and Eddie Subawat. Yeah, I blackball her. I think I blackball her here because I think yeah, these two have to be changed. So I have a free blackball. These two are the only ones that left, and I have a free blackball. No, okay. So here, okay. What sound effects are we adding to all these abilities? What do we need? We need okay with the box. Oh, I have all of the Ed and Eddie sound effects on my computer, like because I use them for videos. But I setting it up to play on the stream would be a huge waste of time. But I want to do it. So, oh, garbage can should be the metal pipe falling. Garbage can should be the metal pipe falling sound effect. And the what inflicts incinerate? Propane tank, because it inflicts incinerate, it should do the microwave sound, like the like just melting you. Just something, just some real zoomer, brainless, brain rot kind of sound effects. You know, just go ham with it, just for funs. Oh man, I want to buff. Like my instinct is telling me buff Jessica Jones as an attacker. It'll be funny, but I think she does what she's meant to do, honestly. And I think it kind of works. Honestly, she does what she's meant to do, and I have a free black ball anyway, so why not? We go to the big boys. May is outdated. So the champion page. Hello, Black Can. How you doing? The champion page has all this flavor text as well for every champion you can see. Like if you just go to the main website and go to champions, you'll see all of them. Like you'll see a bunch of the list right here. But the one I use for like deep dives is Khonshu's Ankh. Like this gives you everything. Khonshu's Ankh gives you everything, dude. It's so good. I need to donate to Khonshu's Ankh at some point because I've never donated and I feel so guilty. I really want to support the creator because this site is so good. It's so handy. But alas, we are at the end of the road. We are nearing the end of the road. We have two champions that desperately need a tune-up and are going to be way more work than every other champion we worked on. Let's start with the one that I barely learned how to play today. Wow, that is so okay. All right, so this is probably the most whack champion attributes page I've ever seen. Survivability at 1.5, that makes sense. She has evades and stuff, but she doesn't have a lot of immunities or protections. Damage at 1.5, 2. I wouldn't call it the lowest. I definitely wouldn't call her a noodle. I think like Cap Wilson's way more of a noodle than her. Like I tested her out in like the champion rotation. She felt better as an attacker at 7-star rank 1 than my rank 2 Captain America Sam Wilson felt. She is not a 1.5 on damage. She has a lot more damage than 1.5. But then you have ease of use 4, which I think is a lie. I wouldn't call it like a 2, but I would call this ease of use is closer to like a 2.5 or a 3, I would say. Utility should be higher because of the way, like, utility does not match with the champion description. Like, it should just be higher. But the way to explain it is like, with what she does on paper, she should have a utility of like 3.5. But with how she works in the game, her utility is actually a 2, but it shouldn't be a 2 as how it's designed. And then defender strength is 3 because why not? You know, it's, I don't know. Misty is such a confusing defender. Misty is such a ridiculous, like, or not a confusing defender. She's a confusing character because she's meant to do a specific thing and she fails on so many points, but she never fails for a reason that feels like consistent, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird how I feel about Misty. So I think I'm gonna go. Let me get her up on Conchi's Zonk. What? Oh yeah, I forgot they're at the beginning of the year, but I saved them for last. I have no idea how it works. I didn't know either, baby. I didn't know either, buddy. I had no idea how she worked before today, but earlier in the stream, I took her out for some runs in Realm of Legends. Had her fight against Realm of Legends Winter Soldier. Not bad. She has a very good rotation. It takes some getting used to, but once you start understanding everything that she does, she feels good to play. But it's just that the reward for playing her correctly is not there. So without going into detail about what every one of these crazy freaking abilities do, basically you are building anti-metal charges and cryogenic charges. You're trying to get as much of them as you want. You consume anti-metal ones off of special 1. You consume the cryogenic ones off of special 2. You get a bonus from having these charges at equilibrium. And these bonuses are basically, the basic rotation is that you build up to equilibrium while you're maxed out on cryogenic charges and anti-metal charges. Launch the special 2, start hitting to the opponent to rack up frostbites, and then during your special 1, while it's increasing your attack rating, have the frostbites expire, so that way you can get a damage boost and not only deal a bunch of burst, like on hit damage, but also deal a lot of frostbite damage. It's a really weird mix of frostbite and raw damage, but it feels good. It feels good. It just doesn't feel rewarding, and I think we need to change a few things. I think all right, so let's get the fun one out of the way. Let's look at her signature ability, because her signature ability it's silly. I'm not going to say it's stupid, it's just silly. None of these abilities are conducive to what you want her to do as far as trying to counter an enemy. So I'm going to, let me move this out of the way a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to go, hold on. Oh, you know what? Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. The biggest change. All right, so basically Indigo, if you don't know how this ability works, imagine if Purgatory's class souls, the abilities that Purgatory gets when she fights people of a different class, imagine if those abilities started every 20 to 30-ish seconds, but they only lasted another 20 seconds, and then they went away, and then they had to trigger again. And it just kept rotating in and out. And not only that, but the abilities in question themselves are also dog water. Most of them. That is basically what background investigation is. And it's unfortunate because I love abilities that are like this. I just think some of these things need to be changed. So the first thing I'm going to change is that background investigation now is between 40 to 20 seconds because it scales with the signature ability. And it is indefinite upon completing. So basically, for example, the science benefit, now you instantly purify debuffs once you complete investigation, and her instant purification jumps to 100%. And it's like that for the rest of the fight now. So no matter what happens, you will always purify any debuff you come across, which I think is good. Let's take a look at the other ones. Updates to the background investigation benefits. Skill. My freaking neighbor is yelling again. All right. Cosmic. Okay. All right. So here's what I got. Here's what I got. So background investigation will. All right. So here's how it is. So skill will now grant a 4-second fury buff each time she's inflicted with a damage over time debuff, because the old skill required you to have bleed debuffs on you. Not only bleed debuffs, but also currently on you. So while you're taking damage, you're dealing more damage, which is not fun. So now each time you get inflicted with damage over time, you get the fury buff for 4 seconds. It is 4 seconds. It's very short, but this gets applied even if you purify the debuff because of Misty Knight's purification ability. So that makes her really good for hazard shift if you're fighting against a skill champion. Cosmic, now a 5% weakness debuff for each unique buff on the opponent. Cap the weakness if you make it like 10%. That's... You know what? I could probably make it 10% outright for each unique buff, because the only champions at this point in time that have a lot of unique buffs are like... Well, no, that would make her annoying on defense. No, yeah. Uh, no, I think a flat 5% weak. I think a flat 10% weakness doesn't do a lot of interaction. So I think a 5% weakness for each buff on the opponent does make it. Yeah, no. Yeah, like if you're using Venom against Misty Knight, it's going to get real annoying if you don't blitz her down fast enough. So, well, no, she's meant to be a defender, isn't she? Well, she's meant to be tricky. No, yeah. I think, yeah, I don't know. I think the math on this one just feels a little better, just because if you have a Cosmic Champion that doesn't have a lot of unique buffs, so like if you're fighting with Null or you're fighting with a like a Medusa, you have a better chance against her. But if you're fighting against an opponent with a lot of unique ones, like Hulkling, like Venom, even like Deathless Thanos, or later on Serpent, like if you're fighting a lot of champions like that, then Misty Knight becomes a menace. So like, I kind of like that idea of like it scales to how strong the opponent is, how many buffs the opponent has. I only want it to be interactable. You know, I don't want it to just be you are now 10% weakened. Like I wanted to have some level of fluidity to it is a good word. And then also Mystic now reduces incoming nullify and stagger ability accuracy by 85. I wanted to make it 100, but I shouldn't give her everything. I shouldn't give her everything. The science one is great, and the tech one is okay. I don't think these two need to be changed. especially when we're changing the base ability. Okay. The next thing I would change, I think her kit in general is just pretty good. Yeah, it is. I don't think it needs to be changed. I think 'cause the thing is, it doesn't for Misty. It doesn't feel strong because she already kind of purifies a lot. But having that be guaranteed against science champions and also now guaranteed for the entirety of the fight, like we don't have a lot of skill champions that are guaranteed to purify. Like even nowadays, like we have like Night Thrasher is guaranteed to purify, but he only does it with every heavy attack. Or like even like characters like Kingpin or Agent Venom aren't always guaranteed to purify, you know? I feel like Misty being the one character that can instantly purify is very unique, and having that ability to be more consistent does a lot more for her than we would buff it, you know? Like just making that more consistent and making it more cemented, you know? I like that. Yeah, Zemo has to have a Zemo essentially has a cooldown timer on his cleanses. Like they're like when I'm talking about purify, I'm talking about purify specifically. Cleanses are always guaranteed because they work differently, but purifies are like Daredevil's Health Kitchen is a purify, Agent Venom is a purify, Crossbones is a purify, buffed Black Panther is a cleanse, and then purify, debuff immunity, purify, 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 kind of purify, 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 and then cleanses later on. So like it's specific. Purify and cleanse is weird in contest. It's so weird, but and I think the next change I would make to her is yeah. So like this will not only these abilities will affect her utility, and then I don't think her damage is bad. I think probably just a small tune up. And I won't get specifics into the numbers because I don't want to fucking do math anymore. I tried and I failed, and I'm not going to bother doing it again. But just a little damage increase, just a small one. So like she's gonna be intended for battlegrounds matchups, but she's not going to be valuable outside of that. She is a battlegrounds Swiss Army knife, but she's not going to have much beyond that. You know. So I think that makes Misty Knight. Misty Knight has the possibilities to be like a meta champion with these changes, honestly. But I think unless until we see it in the game, we were kind of jumping the shark there, you know. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Like there's a million ways to counter debuffs now. It's fucking weird, but alas, we're at the end of the road. All right. Let's take it to here. Okay, sorry. Side note: this art also looks fucking beautiful. This art looks so gorgeous, bro. Like it's insane. Wait, does she what? Does she not increase her own crit rate? Oh my god. No, that's actually a really good. Yeah, she doesn't. She gets critical hits during. Okay, so I understand why she should get. crit rating because she doesn't get guaranteed critical hits until Equilibrium, and Equilibrium has a weird cooldown to it, so you're not always getting guaranteed crits. But it just makes so much more sense for the critical damage rating. Yeah, that's a good call. That is a very good call. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So yeah, basically we just switch out the precision buff from this Equilibrium in exchange for cruelty. So it's basically doing the same thing. So that's good. That's a very good call out. Thank you so much for pointing that out. That I would have missed that completely. Yeah, that's a good call. I appreciate you being here, Indigo. It's very like I have a lot of ideas for champion changes, but it's so hard to execute on them all because I only have my own experiences. Like I I only have my own history to go off of, and I know people use certain champions way more than I do. So I really appreciate having a second opinion on this. Where the hell is? Oh right, he's in the first page. Oh, Second Man was buffed after Captain Wilson. I was like, wait, he didn't come out in this year. What the hell's going on? Again, really good art. Goddamn. All right. We are going to tear this man apart and create the strongest fucking Avenger from the Ashes. Oh, I love OG Spidey. I love OG Spidey. I know what I would buff for him if I could, but even like with the way he is now, I love using OG Spidey. He's so fun. He's so silly. I love him. Okay, let's defender strength of 3. He's barely that. Yeah, don't worry. You're not the only person who have forgotten the Psycho Man buff. I remember. I started playing the game after a break, saw Psycho Man was released. Oh, Psycho Man is bad. I'm probably not going to touch him again. And then I left. Then I came back to the game and I looked at Psycho Man again. I couldn't even tell that he was buffed. I couldn't even tell that there was a difference between old Psycho Man and new Psycho Man. That's how insignificant it was. It's unfortunate, bro. I mean, shit. I'll learn if okay, Kabam, Kabam, Kabam. If you wanna hire me to do the Psycho Man buff that nobody else wants to, I'll do it. I'll play Psycho Man nonstop for like a year, and understand him top to bottom. If it means I get to buff any champion, you know, I will sell my soul for that opportunity. Why is it scrolling up like that? Oh, my mouse was acting weird. I have no idea. I have no idea what it was. I have no idea how they did to Psycho Man. I know it was like a couple. I know it was damage based, but I have no idea what it actually did. But anyway, let's fix this guy's damage. I had a note. I wrote on a notepad somewhere what I wanted to do to Sam Wilson if I ever got the chance to tune him. I gotta find it. Give me 1 second. Oh my god. Okay. So he has this synergy with Patriot that fixes a problem that he has. Am I allowed to put this ability onto him even though it didn't exist until Patriot released? Because there's a rule. I have a rule. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, I have a rule. I cannot involve any abilities or tech that did not properly exist at the time of their release. With that, I know I'm asking you as if you're not the one that made as if you're the one that made the fucking rules, but So should I keep myself from adding this signature ability into Captain America's base kit, where intercepting the opponent while personal bulwark is active without consuming it? Or actually, no. You know what? No, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. It definitely could have existed back then. It's just that because it's tied to Patriot, the synergy itself. If I can't just migrate the synergy over to Cap Wilson, I just have to buff it in a way that doesn't interfere with the synergy. I guess is what I want to have to do. I don't know. Okay, already that makes this bulwark much easier to use because the annoying thing with this bulwark is that if you bulwark is gained by intercepting the opponent while you have an armor up buff, and that converts into a bulwark passive, which does a lot of stuff for Cap Wilson. However, if you do it a second time, it will waste your armor up buff and refresh the bulwark anyway, which I don't like. So this basically, so not only does this mean, oh hey, you get to refresh it at no cost if you trigger it again, but also if you want to trigger it the first time, doing it via an intercept will not cost an armor up, which is nice, which I think is nice. Okay, what else can we do? 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 Okay, I got another one. I know how to make him a harder defender too. Okay, so this is here. This one's a little weird. Sig ability will also deal rupture damage when Captain America auto blocks or when his ability fails to trigger through a block, which I think is better for him defensively because now if he auto blocks your special attack, you take damage, and if you try and hit him through the block and your ability fails, you also take damage, which I think is a little better. So I think that does a little more for him both as an attacker and as a defender. I like it. Let me keep going, and I'll double back and see what's a bad idea when I'm done. He is a better Sinister counter. That's very nice. Very good call. I mean, Sinister doesn't get buffed until a couple of years later, but I mean, you know what? It's not adding tech that didn't exist. He was able to do this by that's this point clearly, so it doesn't matter. There we go. No, I almost had Falcon. He's not Falcon. He's Captain America. Yeah, he did. No, he absolutely did have sinister. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Like, hey, no, I'm breaking the rules. Haha. Nah, yeah, I'm just messing. I know. He already counted sinister. Yeah, I agree. The sap charges do feel very tight. Yeah, so sap charges now last 18 seconds each. Oh, here. So it's not a so this is not a big change, but I mean when Mr. Fantastic was buffed, they only increased his debuff time by like 3 seconds. So this is also an increase by 3 seconds. So I think this is safe to buff Captain Falcon with. But then also the power drain inflicts now will yeah, 18 seconds. I was debating 20 and I was like, no, 18 seconds is a little safer. And then yeah, and then I'm the reason why I'm buffing the power drain is because when this power drain occurs, it's usually like a, okay, by this time you've already gone into your special 3 rotation for like a long fight. So they're power drained and they are now special locked, which is basically which in layman's term means go ham. Basically, yeah. So if you're abusing the sap charges, you're also probably going to be using the special 3 for this rotation. So with both of the effects in play, you can kind of just like bully the opponent and keep going like keep hitting them over and over again and keep racking up ruptures. So I think that's good. I like all of these changes, but none of them increase his damage. Okay, oh actually that's a lie. So because he starts the fight at 5 armor ups and always triggers them again whenever he re-enters lock on, I think that this increases his damage because now his damage is no longer on the floor. Like the annoying thing about Cap Wilson is that you're using your armor ups to kind of convert it into the opponent. But whenever you do that, you're usually using your armor ups to like become a bulwark, or they're also subject to RNG as well, and they also don't last particularly long. So making it to where he always has at least 5 indefinite armor up buffs means that you're always getting at minimum the equivalent of 5 armor ups of damage. And that increases if you're playing Captain Falcon correctly and getting a bunch of armor ups through just RNG or just saving them up. Potency of the I do agree the ruptures are weak. The ruptures are weak, but I think that change is a little too specific because he's already inflicting them with cowardice. So I don't think the prowess is particular. Yeah, this rupture is super weak. But I mean, it increases proportionally to armor rating. So the higher his armor is at the start of this attack, the more this rupture debuff is being inflicted. So I still think it's weak, but I think I got it. Hold on. No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't. This doesn't. I should probably scroll down. This doesn't quite make a lot of sense. That's better. That's a little better. Wow, we changed a lot with Captain Falcon. That's a lot. Jesus Christ. So basically, this rupture debuff will stay paused during his lock on. So assuming that you're like running the clock to get to your special 1 and special 2 while you're locked on, then that rupture debuff will stay paused while it's in play. So I think because the thing is, it also feels because the thing is, this timer for lock on is also really tight as well. Because between getting a special 1 and think about it's we're doing so much to Captain Falcon. It's kind of crazy. Oh, you know what? Okay, I got another change. One more. I'm only doing one more thing. I'm only doing one more thing. That's it. That's the last thing. Because lock on doesn't pause on the enemy special, which for an ability that's trying to limit the opponent's special attack damage is fucking stupid. Why is it only paused on his specials? It's meant to cowardice them. Like that's weird. I I'm sorry if I just blew out your speakers. I fixed the No, I'm not calling him that by accident. I call him Captain Falcon because it's weird. He has 3 names in my head. He is either Cap Wilson, Captain America, or Captain Falcon. It's one of the 3, and I use them interchangeably. But yeah, I apologize for maybe blowing out your speakers with me adjusting the headphones jack right there. Okay, let's take a look at this mess. Let's take a look at this mess. Captain America Sam Wilson. If Bulwark will be treated again while it's already active, it is refreshed at no cost. It also gets converted into a passive when nullified. Sig ability will also deal rupture damage when Captain's auto block triggers or an ability fails to trigger through his block. He starts the fight with 5 indefinite armor up buffs. If these buffs are removed for any reason, they re-trigger the next time he enters lock on. This is just to clean up text in the special 3. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry because the reason why is that I have a rolling chair and my headphone jack connects to a little adapter that goes into the back of my computer. And sometimes when I'm like laying in a place for a long time, I'll forget that the rolling chair will roll over the cord. And then I'll look at it as like, oh, hey, that's unplugged. And I'll just unplug it by instinct. I am sorry. Sap charges. Yeah, special 3 no longer redeems armor up, restores armor up buffs because this ability does it for it anyway. Sap charges now last 18 seconds each, previously 15, and their power drain will consume 100% of the opponent's power, previously 50. Rupture debuff from Special 2 is paused while Captain America is locked down for more damage, and Lock On now pauses during both champion specials for more consistency. That's so much. We did so much to this man, but I think it's good. I think it's real good. The saddest part about this is that even if I could go back in time and buff Captain America Sam Wilson, I can't because he wasn't actually active for the rebalance program. I'm just doing this because it was funny. I'm just doing this because he and Misty Knight, more than any champion in this year, absolutely needed a rebalance. And they missed it. They missed it by like a few months. And I'm so sad. You know? But I mean, there we go. That's our list. That's our list. So let me. All right. So let's go over all the changes. Let's go over all the changes we made before I start winding down here because I am thirsty, I am hungry, and I gotta pee. So, Omega Sentinel's pause from light and heavy attacks will now pause during either champion's special attacks. Black Cat's 9 Lives ability will increase the potency of her sabotage debuffs by 15% for each of her personal combo shields. Scorpion's chance to trigger evade becomes 100 while Scorpion is performing a heavy attack. Its cooldown is doubled when triggering this way. And the base damage of Scorpion's Sting debuff burst, not the accelerated damage by the Torment and the multiple bursts, has been lowered. Rintra's Mystical Timer will now pause during Rintra's special attacks. All special attacks will now remove mystical charges to activate their effects. And his signature ability no longer stacks power gain buffs. The reason why these two are not eligible, Toad is already on the docket for getting an update because he's getting an update in January in place of some champions that didn't get rebalanced this year. So he's on the slate. He's slated for an update this year. And Sauron, I don't rebalance champions that were suffering from major bug fixes or were bug fixed after the fact that kind of changed how they were to begin with. So for example, if I get the Shocker, I'm not rebalancing Shocker because he would have the glancing bug. And if I get to Ironheart, I'm not rebalancing Ironheart because she was subject to the vulnerability bug that she was suffering from. So Sauron was bugged and Toad is already slated for an update. So that's why they're ineligible. And then of course Captain Britain gets updated. Wiccan was rebalanced. Gore gets rebalanced. All 3 of these got rebalanced. So that's why all of these people were ineligible. And then what else we got? Hulkling, fun one. Hulkling removed his ability to power steel, or his immunity to power steel. I removed his bonus attack rating per unique buff, and the power gain from his shapeshift buff triggering no longer triggers while he is indestructible or unblockable. Did he really? Oh, he was rebalanced, wasn't he? Okay, well then Shocker gets double immunity from this exercise. He is double immune. How about that? He got double immunity, but yeah, this buff is just to make sure Hulkling doesn't get an obscene amount of power when he's already at the end of his ramp. This, I wanted to consider this. I'm not showing you. You're not seeing anything. You're not seeing anything. I'm so dumb. God damn it. There we go. All right, cool. Oh yeah, so these are the changes to Omega Sentinel, Black Cat, and all the other people. Hulkling. Hulkling, I considered making it to where his shapeshift power gain is like a trickle of power at base, but then scales up per unique buff. But I landed on at the end of his ramp while he is unblockable or indestructible, he no longer gets the power gain. He only gets the power gain when he's ramping up or when he is getting attacked, basically. Gallon, the sick ability now has a cooldown of 1 second between granting buffs. So him nuking Penny Parker or Vision is a little bit slower. Not a lot slower, it's a little bit slower. Quicksilver has the chance on his Whiplash debuffs fine-tuned. I'm only going over these for the sake of the video. I know you were here for a lot of these Indigo, but I'm just going over it so that I have something to record later or something to cut later. Titania's Intimidate on Special 3 is now replaced by his Special Lock. There we go. There's my notes. And then Fury passive is now a stack limit of 35. Doom updated the clause to his energy vulnerability, so now it occurs anytime a prowess is triggered within 5 seconds. And also his personal armor up and regeneration buffs cannot be nullified. Spidey Supreme, he now gains a 10% protection passive for every blessing. Oh, my girlfriend called me and it jump scared me. Ow. God damn it, Vivian. Oh, that's karma. Oh, I love that woman, but damn, that hurt. Spider-Man Supreme gets a 10% protection passive for every blessing he currently has active, maximum 3. As a defender, the potency of these effects are doubled, but these protections are disabled during his special attacks. Spot, his defensive ability accuracy can no longer be reduced except while he is suffering from disorient or sabotage. Additionally, for every spot on Spot, the opponent's block proficiency is reduced by an indiscriminate amount. Misty Knight, background investigation now completes itself between 40 to 20 seconds based on SIG ability and is indefinite upon its initial completion. Updates to specific background investigation skill now grants a 4-second fury buff each time she's inflicted with damage over time, even if that debuff is purified. Cosmic now inflicts a 5% weakness debuff for each unique buff on the opponent. Mystic now reduces incoming nullify and stagger ability accuracy by 85% when it's completed. And the precision from Equilibrium is now an identical cruelty. And then there's this asshole, Captain America Sam Wilson. If his bulwark would be triggered again while it's already active, it's refreshed at no cost. It also becomes a passive when it is nullified. His SIG ability will now deal rupture damage anytime his auto block is triggered or when an ability fails to trigger through his block. Captain America now starts the fight with 5 indefinite armor up buffs, meaning there's now a hard floor between how much damage you can do in a fight. If these buffs are removed for any reason, they re-trigger the next time Captain America enters lock on. Special 3 now no longer restores armor up buffs due to this ability. Sapped charges now last 18 seconds each, previously 15. And their power drain will consume 100% of the opponent's power, previously 50. Rupture debuff from the Special 2 is now paused while Captain America is locked on, and the lock-on itself will now pause during both champions' specials. And here is the list. I think I quantified gallons as more of an adjustment. It's not a hard nerf, I would say. But yeah, that's it. There we go. That's the end of the run. Oh man, I'm tired. I'm hungry. My girlfriend's on her way back. But I had a lot of fun doing this. I had so much fun doing this. I'm so happy with the results. I'm probably going to want to a special attack into a power sting debuff while I'm editing this. but it was worth it. I have my opinions, and I want to get through this. I don't know when I'll do the next year. It's probably going to be after I get this video released, which between war videos and other stuff I want to do might take a little while. But, like looking back at these champions, it's a shame that the rebalance program hasn't done more because they have to justify changing a champion to the community that doesn't like nerfs or buffs. Well, nope, that's wrong. I misspoke. They have to justify a major change to champions in the sense of nerfs or buffs. It's unfortunate that they can't fine tune champions like this. Like Cap Wilson and Misty definitely needed a hard rebalance. But small stuff like Spidey Supreme and Doom or like Omega Sentinel, like I really wish we lived in a game state where small adjustments like this could be made more often. But unfortunately, that's not the game we play, and for for better or worse reasons, we live in a game state where a lot of champions are kind of set in stone. But I like hypothesizing on champion changes. I love hypothesizing on overhauls and buffs and nerfs as well. And even if it gets no views, I definitely want to do this again. I thank you, Indigo. Thank you so much for coming out and helping me. You made this a whole lot more fun than it was beforehand. I really do appreciate your input on a lot of the champion buffs and a lot of the history lessons. I have a bit of a goldfish memory when it comes to specific stuff that happens in the contest. So I appreciate the history lessons on random BS with champions. Oh, man, it's good. Here, I'm gonna get it to a screenshot level just so it's a little more nicer on the screen. That's close enough. Screw it. I'm gonna change this as well. All right, yeah, I will. I bid you farewell, Indigo, and I thank whoever's watching this in the future. Thank all of you guys as well for tuning into the stream and coming in, hanging out for a little bit. And I will see you all guys. I will see you guys the next time I do this, or the next time I get around to doing the Inhumans Labyrinth Challenge, whichever one I feel like tormenting myself with first. So. Have a wonderful night, and may the Kabam gods bless you with wonderful Titan